Bian Changxi and her group were currently being led through the tunnel by a man named Xiaoliu. In truth, there wasn't much to see. It was filthy and chaotic. Forget actual rooms, there weren't even partitions. A piece of paper spread on the ground served as a home. The tunnel stretched for over 2 kilometers, and they couldn't even see the end. The group watched with darkening expressions, eventually becoming numb to the sight. No matter how safe this place was claimed to be, they had no desire to stay. There was no quality of life here. It was nothing more than a refugee camp. Most importantly, it wasn't necessarily safe. The moment Anran saw the tunnel, she had gripped the corner of Bian Changxi's clothes and refused to let go. After entering, her face turned deathly pale, and the terror in her eyes was unmistakable. "It's terrifying. This place is so scary. It feels like a giant snake is coiled here, and we're standing right in its mouth." Everyone's expressions shifted. Bian Changxi also felt something was wrong. The moment she stepped into the tunnel, she felt a strange pull. It wasn't a beautiful or irresistible attraction. It felt as if her abilities were being siphoned away. She focused her senses and confirmed that the energy within her body was indeed slowly leaking out. Looking at the emaciated, skeletal people in the tunnel, a chilling sensation crawled up her spine. She whispered to Anran, "Why do you say that?" Anran couldn't explain it, but her feet felt heavy, as if she were too afraid to take another step forward. Bian Changxi looked at the others. Better safe than sorry. Let's take a detour. They had already reached the outskirts of the base. A little extra travel didn't matter. On the contrary, if something happened here, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Everyone agreed. Life was the priority. What were a few extra days of travel? As they turned to head back out, Xiaoliu quickly blocked their path. "Where are you going?" "I still need to arrange your accommodations." Accommodations? Even if they didn't turn back, they only intended to use the tunnel as a shortcut. They had already discussed this with Zhang Chunlin. How did it turn into a housing issue? Chu Hao, acting as the group's diplomat, stepped forward with a smile. "We have some matters to discuss and resolve outside the tunnel first. We'll be back in a moment." Since he sensed something was wrong, he wasn't foolish enough to say they were abandoning the route entirely. They were only 100 meters from the exit. They needed to get out first. Xiaoliu nodded and let them pass without further comment. But just then, someone grabbed Chai Zhang's pants. "You're Chai Zhang." Chai Zhang looked down and saw a large, balding head. The face beneath it was weathered and wrinkled, looking incredibly aged. After a moment of recognition, he gasped in shock. "Old Baldi, what are you doing here? And how did you get so old?" Old Baldi scrambled to his feet, looking between Chai Zhang and Bian Changxi's group. He pulled Chai Zhang aside and whispered, "You guys came too. Where are you going now?" "You have to help me. The leader here took both of my space users. For the sake of us both being from Longyue Town, you have to help me." Chai Zhang frowned. "I'm just passing through. I can't help you. Besides, weren't those 2 space users volunteers? You didn't have the resources to keep them, so who can you blame?" Back in the day, Old Baldi had poached many people from Chai Zhang. When Chai Zhang had gone to demand justice, hadn't Old Baldi used those exact words to shut him down? Now, suddenly, he remembered they were fellow townsmen. Old Baldi was nearly choked with rage, but didn't dare shout. He simply gripped Chai Zhang, refusing to let him leave. "Those 2 have something I worked incredibly hard to get. Isn't that Chu Hao and your team a space user? If we get the stuff back, I'll give you a third, no, half." "I'll give you half." Hearing his name, Chu Hao walked over. "What's going on?" Soon, everyone knew the story. They realized that this man, who loved poaching others' members, had finally been poached himself. Most felt it was poetic justice, but the delay allowed Old Qian and Zhang Chunlin to catch up with a group of men. "What's this? What's the commotion?" "Boss Kyan is here." Bian Changxi turned and saw a middle-aged, sturdy man standing beside Jiang Chunlin. He was sturdy mainly due to his large frame. He didn't actually have much muscle. In fact, he looked slightly gaunt, though it was subtle enough to miss if one wasn't paying attention. Furthermore, his complexion was poor. Her heart sank. She felt more than ever that entering this tunnel was an incredibly foolish decision. They had to leave immediately. She took a step forward and spoke first. "Hello, Boss Kyan. We didn't realize this tunnel was occupied. We thought clearing the path would be a major obstacle, so only part of our main force came ahead. We're going to go call the rest of our people over now." She then turned to the group. "Let's go." Boss Kyan hesitated, his mind racing. A main force. He didn't know how deep their resources ran. According to Jiang Chunlin, this Bian Changxi was a powerful wood user and a space user to boot. He couldn't just tie them up, as the person on the other end of the communicator had suggested. He smiled and said, "Is that so? Just point me in the direction, and I'll send my men to get them. Look at you all, soaked to the bone, and it's still raining outside. How can I let you run back and forth? I'll send my subordinates." He started to call for his men. Bian Changxi quickly stopped him. "No need. They're naturally suspicious. They won't leave with anyone they don't know. It might even lead to a conflict, and it would be bad if your men got hurt, Boss Kyan. We'll go ourselves." She paused briefly. "Normally, 1 or 2 of us would be enough, but we're all capable here. Considering the road isn't easy, it's safer to have more people for backup. We'll all go together and return shortly. Boss Kyan won't refuse us then, right? How could I? You saved Chunlin and the others. I can't thank you enough. Say no more, I'll send people to receive them. As for you, I must host you properly." Seeing him persist, Chen Guanqing stepped forward to block him, a cold smile on his face. "Boss Kyan, this is our own business. We appreciate the sentiment, but we aren't well acquainted. Overstepping with such hospitality only makes things awkward for everyone." He might as well have told him to mind his own business. Boss Kyan's face flushed with anger. He gritted his teeth and forced a laugh. Guests from all corners of the world are friends. Meeting is fate, and as the host, surely this gentleman won't refuse to give me face. George stepped up, looking inexplicably impatient. "You're so annoying. We said we don't need you meddling. Brother Chen, Miss Bian, let's ignore him and go." As the group turned to leave, Boss Kyan clenched his fists and waved his hand. Immediately, men blocked their path. Boss Kyan's expression darkened. "I, Old Qian, have been around for a long time, and I've never met people who refuse to give face like this. You come from afar, and I give you shelter from the wind and rain. I speak to you with kindness. Ask anyone here, which one did I treat with such hospitality? You're really pushing your luck." Given his personality, he should have ordered their capture immediately. However, he was wary of Bian Changxi's abilities and the main force behind her. He also suspected they had realized something was wrong. He was feigning anger to test them. If he could intimidate them, all the better. If he drew his sword now, there would be no room for negotiation. Unfortunately for him, he was destined to be disappointed. Seeing his aggressive posture, the group, already suspicious of a conspiracy, saw the situation clearly. Fine, this really is a den of thieves. George, in particular, had thought finding people here was a good thing, but it turned out exactly as Baldy Chiang had warned. What was this? Playing King of the Mountain. Were they trying to collect a toll or something? George, Chu Hao, Chai Zhang, and Baldy Chiang, the physically imposing men, stepped forward looking fierce. So we're allowed in but not out. What kind of logic is that? You call this being hospitable? I think you're just treating us like soft targets. What, you want to fight? That was Chai Zhang. Friend, you said yourself that people from all over are friends. We truly have business to attend to and don't wish to offend you. Why make things so tense? That was Chu Hao. Why talk to him? He really thinks he's something just because he has more people. If you want to fight, bring it on. That was George. Baldy Chiang's eyes were cold as he gripped his massive machete. Chen Guanqing said nothing, silently scanning the surrounding crowd, calculating how to respond. Bian Changxi held and ran with one hand, milk perched on her shoulder. Her free left hand was ready to release her ability or draw a weapon at any moment, showing no fear. Wu Xia and the other 5 were also on high alert. They had encountered many dangers lately, often teetering between life and death. Everyone was growing rapidly, and their coordination was becoming similaritursus. Boss Kyan felt a headache coming on. These were all tough nuts to crack. Even the little girl was glaring at him with fury. Most hateful of all was that cat-like little creature. Don't tell him that the glint in its eyes was schadenfreude. He stared for a moment, remembering the warning he'd received. He felt caught between a rock and a hard place. Finally, he waved his hand weakly. Since you're so insistent, then go. But go and return quickly. It's dangerous after dark. The group felt their momentum deflate. Huh? Was it not what they thought? Suspicious, they kept their weapons half raised as they slowly moved toward the exit. Suddenly, the elderly, weak, women and children from both sides lunged forward, grabbing their legs. Give us some food. Have mercy. Hey you. Startled, Chu Hao didn't have the heart to kick away the old woman clinging to him. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his calf. He looked down to see the old woman wearing a bizarre, chillingly cold smile. He felt his strength drain away. His head grew heavy and his vision blurred. He staggered twice and collapsed. Most of the others suffered the same fate. In an instant, only half of the group remained standing. In Sioux City Base, the administrative hall deep within the base remained lit after nightfall. People bustled about, busy with work. Not far from the administrative building, the top floor of a public hotel was brightly lit. The management elites, having finished their weekly routine meeting, were holding a party there. Not everyone who attended the meeting would join the party, and it wasn't just meeting attendees who could drink the fine wines that had vanished from the market. This was an excellent platform for meeting new friends, connecting with old ones, and expanding social networks. Basically, anyone who could get a pass would come, unless they were powerful enough to ignore such things. Being able to enter this place was, to some extent, a symbol of status. The top management hadn't arrived yet, but the hall was already crowded. Tonight, a new member would be arriving, a person very much worth knowing. With a crisp click, the waiters pushed open the large doors. A group of men and women dressed in dark green military uniforms or dark suits filed in, laughing and chatting. It was as if a surge of potent wine had been poured into a pool. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became lively. People immediately flocked toward them. Those who were acquainted stepped up to offer greetings, while those without close ties stood nearby, smiling and laughing along. At the same time, everyone was secretly searching for the new member. It didn't take much effort. Among the crowd of management elites, they quickly spotted a unique figure. He was unique not just because everyone else wore suits while he wore only a black shirt and trousers, black from head to toe. Nor was it just because he was taller than the others, with a particularly handsome and striking build that made him stand out like a crane among chickens. It was primarily the crisp yet elegant rhythm of his movements and his dignified, upright demeanor. Though he wore a slight smile and was quite young, the subtle movement of his dark, sculpted brows carried an aura of authority that was impossible to ignore. As expected of someone from the capital, a minor official muttered sourly. I heard his ability is very strong. Is this the aura of a powerhouse? The ability users secretly compared themselves to him. Captain Gu, I heard you reached Tier 3 after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Impressive, truly impressive. You're the first in our base. A burly man walked up with a loud laugh, his booming voice drawing everyone's attention. The crowd immediately recognized him as Su Tian, who had a history of friction with Gu Shu. The Su family was a century-old clan in Sioux City, with roots tracing back to the late Qing dynasty. Since then, they had produced countless politicians and military figures. Although their positions weren't the highest, they made up for it with sheer numbers and vast connections. The main branch of the family had already moved to the capital to develop, leaving only a side branch in Sioux City. Even so, these Sioux family members could basically walk sideways in Sioux City. The grudge between the Sioux family and Gu Shu could be traced back to before the apocalypse and involved the people above them. Additionally, the Sioux family was related to Chu Shangjin. When Gu Shu arrived with the people from Jiang City, he had occupied a piece of land that the Sioux family had set their sights on and intended to apply for. This made the Sioux family dislike Gu Shu even more. When Gu Shu was exhausting every method to find someone, the Sioux family was the one constantly nitpicking, specifically accusing Gu Shu of elitism. Su Tian himself was rumored to have used insulting language. Consequently, the Su family, who were certain they would receive an invitation to the routine meeting 3 weeks ago, had been barred until now. In contrast, the invitation for the Jiang City faction was sent directly to Gu Shu yesterday, bypassing Chu Shangjin and Hu Ichuan. No one knew how he had managed it. Gu Shu looked at Su Tian, his eyes flickering. He reached out and gripped the man's hand firmly. "Brother Tian, it's been a while. Have you also advanced? However, your energy seems unstable right after advancing. It's better to rest and stabilize, especially when forced through the absorption of crystal cores. It's truly harmful to the body." Su Tian's face stiffened. He was indeed not quite ready, but considering today's occasion and his pride in being an ability leader, he couldn't back down. Lately, everyone only talked about Gu Shu, who still remembered him, the earth element genius. Even more hateful was being set up by Gu Shu recently, causing his image to plummet in front of the chief. His military duties were suspended indefinitely, and even his family's qualification for the routine meeting was revoked. The elders at home sighed all day, and though they didn't say it, their eyes were full of blame. How could he not be angry and panicked? He had followed his subordinate's suggestion, gritted his teeth, and began frantically absorbing crystal core energy. He had finally broken through 2 hours ago and rushed over immediately. Currently, Tier 3 ability users in the base were as rare as phoenix feathers. Each one was a key target for observation and recruitment. Only by taking this opportunity to change the leadership's perception of him could he return to his former glory. In the future, as long as he was careful, why should he fear Gu Shu, a paratrooper with no local roots? But who would have thought Gu Shu would see through his advancement method at a glance? Su Tian was shocked. Sensing the surprised or disdainful looks from others, he forced himself to remain calm. "What do you mean, Captain Gu? Who doesn't absorb crystal cores? Who hasn't advanced? According to you, does everyone who just advanced need to lie in bed for days?" He tightened his grip, his earth energy pressing down like a mountain. In terms of raw power, the earth element was second to none except for strength-type ability users. Gu Shu's expression remained unchanged, a faint, ambiguous smile on his lips. His hand was as steady as steel, seemingly oblivious to the crushing weight. A subtle thread of red energy skillfully bypassed the pressure, drilling into the other man's body and striking toward his heart. "Hey." Su Tian released his grip as if he'd been electrocuted, clutching his chest and staggering back 2 steps, staring at Gu Shu in terror. He could feel it. If he had let go a split second later, the other man would have ruthlessly scorched his heart. That burning sensation felt like molten steel being poured in. The heat rose to his throat, making him feel as if he were being cooked alive. This man, with a smile as cold as ice, actually dared to make a lethal move on such an occasion, in front of so many people. "What's wrong? Isn't this Tian from the Su family? Why do you look so pale?" A middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit walked over. This was Wang Hai, the number 2 or 3 figure in the base's civil service system. In an informal setting like this, the true top leader wouldn't show up. Wang Kai was the highest-ranking person present. Gu Shu put his hand behind his back. Bruises began to appear on his long, clean fingers, and thin lines of blood soaked through his cuff, dripping down. His subordinate immediately stepped up and discreetly offered a black handkerchief, touching Gu Shu's hand in the process to send a surge of green light through it. Gu Shu gripped the handkerchief and said calmly, "It's nothing, Secretary Wang. Brother Tian probably just feels a bit unwell." "Unwell? Do you need someone to look at you?" "Honestly, child, why come if you're not feeling well? Don't you know how strained our medical resources are? If you collapse here, I'm afraid I won't even be able to find a doctor to save you." Wang Hai scolded Su Tian with a tone that seemed critical, but was actually affectionate. He then had someone escort him out. Turning back, he glanced subtly at Gu Shu's hand behind his back and asked, "Is it your first time attending the meeting? Are you getting used to it?" People outside make it sound like a big deal, but it's really just everyone sitting together to summarize the week's events. We bring up what's lacking or what's wrong. No pressure, right? Facing Wang Hai, Gu Shu's attitude was much better. He smiled and said it was fine. "I just wasn't well prepared and only brought a pair of ears." Who wasn't like that at the start? I was completely lost in the beginning. From now on, the day before the meeting, I'll have someone summarize the major events into a document and send it to you. Then I thank you, Secretary Wang. Gu Shu's fingers moved, using the handkerchief as cover to evaporate the blood and forcefully disperse the bruising. He then wiped his hand clean and handed the handkerchief back to his subordinate. The subordinate looked up slightly, his face honest and sunny but filled with worry. "Captain Gu, are you all right?" He was the one Deputy Captain Chiu Feng had carefully selected to accompany Gu Shu. If Chiu Feng hadn't been a wood user, he would have come himself. It was clear this wasn't just a simple meeting and party. It seemed Su Tian was just a fool pushed out to test the waters. There was no telling how many more schemes those well-dressed, calculating people had waiting. But this was Captain Gu's first formal appearance in such high-level circles. It was the first step to truly integrating into the base system and gaining a foothold. It wouldn't be a success unless he forced those people to look at him with respect. Thinking about the message he had just received, he wasn't sure if he should report it. Before he could decide, another group of people approached. Gu Shu conversed with them as if nothing had happened. I heard another of Captain Gu's comrades successfully advanced to become an ability user. Your team is growing larger and larger. Gu Shu smiled. It's all just good luck. Indeed, good luck, another person said with a half smile. But Captain Gu seemed to be looking for someone recently. I wonder if you were lucky enough to find them. Gu Shu's smile faded instantly. He turned his head to look at the crystal-clear brandy in his glass. Others quickly stopped the man from continuing his provocation. The man didn't push further on that sensitive topic, but changed his tone. In this apocalypse, it's not about who has the most people or the most power. No matter how great someone is, once they die, nothing is left. Only by contributing to humanity and performing real, tangible deeds can one truly stand firm. The common people will only support those who can truly protect them, don't you agree? Have you heard? Recently, several hills have been covered by strange bamboo. Those bamboo roots are long and thick, and they can travel quite far. They like to drain people's energy and flesh until they're nothing but mummies. Just this afternoon, a survivor team went out to hunt and saw a whole hillside of mummies hanging from the bamboo tips. They came back crawling with fear. Is that so? Why wasn't it mentioned in the meeting just now? The news just arrived. Nothing is clear yet, so discussing it would have been pointless. The man tilted his square chin and said to Gu Shu with a bit of reckless abandon, I heard there's a Jiandai tunnel where the bamboo is growing quite aggressively. Captain Gu, how about it? Do you have the guts to go investigate? Whether you go alone or take your men, shall we have a competition? Gu Shu shook his head. Clearing the surrounding areas is the base's responsibility. I cannot overstep my bounds. Cha. The man snorted in disdain and was about to walk away with his hands in his pockets when someone rushed in and whispered a few words in his ear. His expression changed instantly. The crowd caught fragments like tunnel collapse, and no one made it out. Watching the man hurry away, Gu Shu's expression turned serious. His subordinate seemed to become quite restless. Something wrong? Well, the subordinate gritted his teeth and whispered in Gu Shu's ear, "It's like this, Captain. Someone asked me to pass a message to you just now. He said the person you've been looking for might have appeared." Gu Shu's breath hitched. He stared at him sharply. Who said that? The piercing gaze was hard to meet. The subordinate said urgently, a man calling himself Leopard. He also said the location is the Jiandai Tunnel. He's not sure either. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. A black-hearted shop. Truly a black-hearted shop. Fine, they were greedy. Fine, their methods were clumsy. Fine, their lack of morals was somewhat tolerable. But couldn't they be a bit more professional? Couldn't they tidy up, inspect, and maintain the place where they made their money? What was with a collapse happening at the drop of a hat? They were truly rotten to the core. Bian Changxi sat on a sofa, her heart full of resentment. She propped her chin on her hand, playing with milk. Her eyes occasionally flickered toward the communicator, though only she knew what she was truly thinking. Boss Kaiyan, Zhang Chunlin, and several other leaders from the tunnel were tied up like bundles of straw, piled on the ground like a human pyramid. Chu Hao and the others had long since regained consciousness and were moving around in the tunnel to warm up, though they still felt somewhat weak. They were either whispering about how to torture Boss Kaiyan and his men or pondering how to escape. Actually, the former was more common. Earlier, Boss Kaiyan had pretended to let them go while secretly ordering the elderly, weak, women, and children to launch a sneak attack. Who would have been on guard against those withered, pathetic-looking people who seemed to have only a few breaths left? Even those who weren't as soft-hearted as Chu Hao, who had immediately started kicking and swinging blades, found that these people were clearly trained. They used small blades to graze their targets. As long as the skin was broken, the victim would collapse almost instantly. 5 of them had been taken down in that single moment. But the remaining members were not to be trifled with. Seeing that things had gone south, they didn't hesitate. With a tang sword, a tornado, giant iron fists, and dark flames, combined with Bian Changxi's vines and Milk's claws and teeth, the tide turned instantly. Boss Kaiyan's men barely had time to fight back before they were utterly defeated. After their victory, Bian Changxi and the others didn't dare linger. They didn't even stop to settle scores. They carried or slung their fallen comrades over their shoulders and rushed toward the tunnel exit. But then it collapsed. The collapse was strange. The entire tunnel didn't come down. Instead, the entrances at both ends were sealed off by over 10 meters of rubble, far too much to clear by hand. They tried to reach the other tunnel through the safety passage, but it was the same situation. Aside from those who were right at the exit and managed to escape at the last second, or those who failed and were crushed to death, everyone else was trapped like rats in a hole. The air in the airtight tunnel was thick and stifling, especially with over 3,000 people inside. Bian Changxi had put some of Boss Kaiyan's former subordinates, the ones who seemed honest and timid, in charge of management. However, the news coming back was grim. From afternoon until nightfall, hundreds of sick people had already died, and those who were particularly weak were also failing. Thud, thud, thud. 2 of the original tunnel residents rushed to the door. Something happened. They're going to suffocate the old people and children. Bian Changxi sat up straight, her expression turning solemn. Chen Guanqing glanced at her, waved for the men to leave, and then said to the group, "There are only 11 of us." There are thousands of them. We can't manage them all. It was the truth. Who they chose to suffocate or save was beyond their control or concern. They were currently struggling to save themselves. Bian Changxi nodded. Is everyone ready? Chu Hao and the others stood up, nodding solemnly. That damn drug was potent, but with Miss Bian's wood energy to help us clear it, we're only a bit weak now. Moving around is no problem. It turned out they had stayed still partly to wait for these 5 to recover. After all, with half their team down, it didn't just affect their combat power. Having to carry and protect them would have severely hindered everyone else. Chen Guanqing went out and called over the 100 or so ability users they had selected earlier for their high destructive power. Just like we planned. In a moment, you'll fire your abilities at the spot I point out. You'll be in squads of 10. As soon as the first squad finishes, the next one follows immediately. You must seize every second. No matter what happens, whether the ceiling collapses or you get injured, you don't stop until we say so. Whether we get out alive depends on this. Understood. These people, men, women, young and old, were chosen solely for their abilities. They were all emaciated and skeletal, but at this moment, they tried their best to puff out their chests. Their eyes shone with a mix of hesitation and nervous determination. They could see the severity of the situation for themselves, and the group had analyzed it for them and even given them some training. They knew what they had to do. The thought of successfully leaving this sunless place and welcoming a better life made their hearts burn with hope. Boss Cayenne, tied up like a pretzel, sneered with resentment. You still think you can escape? Who can survive when the mountain itself comes down? In truth, the collapse had shocked and terrified him as well. But when he thought about his failed mission, especially failing through force, he knew he'd lost the promised supplies and rewards. He might not even have a way out. In his despair, he wanted everyone here to be buried with him. Bian Changxi looked at him, then up at the stone ceiling. Haven't you noticed? From this afternoon until now, you and your companions have shrunk by a whole size. Ignoring his shocked expression, she said, they're useless now. Drag them out. Over the course of the afternoon, using these few people as bait, she had finally grasped a key detail. Boss Cayenne wasn't a fool. He suddenly realized something and shouted, "Save me. If you leave me like this, Gu Shu won't let you off." Everyone froze. Bian Changxi was also stunned for a moment. Gu Shu. What do you have to do with Gu Shu? Boss Cayenne tried to straighten his chest to look confident. I work for Gu Shu. Capturing you this time was also his order. Oh, Bian Changxi nodded slowly. I see. So, he gave you that communicator too. Of course. Oh, impressive. Truly impressive. She said impressive twice, then suddenly lashed out with a vine, striking a corner of the concrete ceiling. Bang! The hard concrete dented instantly, and rubble showered down. The vine seized the opportunity to drill inside. The thick vine immediately split into many tiny branches, struggling to bore through the rock and soil. Bian Changxi gripped her end, her face cold and focused. Energy flowed through her like a river, and the Tier 3 green core in her hand dimmed at an incredible speed. Seeing her start, Chen Guanqing, Baldi Qiang, and the others quickly threw Boss Cayenne and the other nuisances out. Several people took their positions according to the plan. Suddenly, the ceiling vibrated, as if something massive inside the mountain had turned over. Bian Changxi's eyes lit up. Found it. That direction. All of you. The thing Bian Changxi found was at her 3 o'clock position. She pointed the others in the opposite direction. Chen Guanqing took the lead, firing a blast of dark flames at that spot. A large chunk of the concrete ceiling melted away. He shouted, "Hit it here." In an instant, fire, ice, earth, wind, and even lightning, all sorts of powerful offensive abilities, were unleashed on that spot. It was a spectacular display of colors, and the sight of the ceiling dropping stone after stone was quite impressive. Bian Changxi had no time to worry about that. She was busy restraining the thing buried deep and large within the mountain. She had always felt something was wrong with this place. The overly green bamboo outside, the lack of standing water, the lack of attacks, the siphoned energy, and the white-green object she'd seen under the bridge pier. Everything made her suspect there was a big guy around here. And this big guy was almost certainly a plant. It was either the bamboo itself or something controlling the bamboo. And just as they were about to rush out of the tunnel, both ends had collapsed. It was almost as if it had been done intentionally to keep the 11 of them here. That was something Boss Cayenne couldn't and wouldn't have done. Thus, their enemy became that unknown, invisible, yet omnipresent thing. She had spent a lot of time wandering the tunnel and eventually found that Boss Cayenne's office was the place where the attraction was strongest. Among the survivors in the tunnel were engineers and people who had built the tunnel. They had always maintained that the soil layer above this area was the thinnest. After discussing it, Bian Changxi and the others had first tried digging through the sealed entrances. If they hadn't been fast enough to dodge, they would have been crushed by the further collapse of the stone. So they had to settle for this alternative exit. The plan was simple. Bian Changxi would find the thing and delay it for a while the others worked desperately to dig a passage. Although they didn't know the situation outside, anything was better than the certain suffocation inside. As Bian Changxi gauged the massive, rounded object that looked like a main root system, her shock grew. Just how big was this thing? It was a tangled mess of roots, and her vines couldn't even reach around it. She could only compress her energy into extremely fine threads and merge them into the soil. After circling the perimeter for a long time without completing a full loop, she felt her energy was about to be drained dry. Furthermore, she felt that the entity hadn't fully awakened yet. It was like a newborn baby that hadn't absorbed enough energy and was still developing. Her energy was absorbed the moment it touched the edge, and at the same time, the entity had countless small rootlets reaching out, absorbing other energy. There were the people in the tunnel, as well as distant plants and animals. It was like a giant black hole, continuously devouring everything. Suddenly, perhaps because the vibrations from the digging reached it, the giant orb expanded and then shrank back. The surrounding rootlets began to lash out. It was about to wake up. The earth trembled violently, letting out an angry roar. Bian Changxi immediately locked onto several of the encroaching rootlets. A massive amount of energy surged through her vines like an electric current. She let out a muffled groan, forcefully holding her ground midway. Seeing her face turn deathly pale in an instant, Chen Guanqing guessed she couldn't hold on much longer. He quickly urged everyone to work harder. Boom! George fired a pillar of air that punched through the top layer of soil. Amidst the falling dust, they saw the pitch-black, star-studded night sky, the swaying shadows of the bamboo forest, and felt the cold, fresh air rushing in, swirling through the cramped space. Everyone stared at the hole above them, mesmerized by the scent of the fresh, sweet air, until Chen Guanqing roared, "What are you staring at?" "Move!" They snapped out of it, but who would go first? No one knew what was waiting outside. Chai Zhang gritted his teeth. "I'll go." It had been agreed that Chu Hao and Chen Guanqing would stay until the end to help Bian Changxi. That left him, George and Baldy Chiang to lead. Whether it was a quick death or a slow one, he wasn't a coward. He dragged over a sofa and was about to climb toward the hole when a burly, massive figure appeared in front of him. "I can take a hit. I'll go first." With that, Baldy Chiang bent his knees and grabbed the jagged, stony edge of the hole, hauling himself up with both hands and feet. The hole they had blasted was slanted upward and only wide enough for one person. It looked incredibly cramped. Baldy Chiang blocked the faint starlight from outside, then quickly vanished from the glow of the camping lights inside. A moment later, his slightly excited voice drifted down from above. "All clear. Come on up." Chai Zhang went next, taking and ran with him, followed by George, Wu Xia, and the others. After that, the 100 or so ability users scrambled up, pulling and shoving each other in a chaotic mess. Chen Guanqing watched coldly. Knowing the behavior of Zhang Chunlin and his ilk, he knew the people in this tunnel had no tradition of unity or sacrifice. This chaos was perfectly normal. Let them fight for it. The strong would get out first, and the useless would be left behind. It was as fair as it could be. Seeing his own people were gone, he went to Bian Changxi's side. Let's go. Bian Changxi nodded and was about to retract her ability when the entity pursued her. A thick, white-green object covered in rootlets emerged from the small hole she had opened. It coiled around her vine, instantly crushing it, and then lashed its tip against her chest. She only had time to brace herself with 2 wooden spikes before she was sent flying. Chen Guanqing lunged and grabbed the white-green root. Dark flames instantly erupted, but the root merely twitched. It wasn't corroded. Instead, it slipped out of Chen Guanqing's grip like a slick eel, flailing wildly in the air. At the same time, a slurping sound echoed from the ground, like someone using a straw to drink the last bit of a beverage. Everyone looked down at their feet. Small, white-green stems poked out from the damp ground, and then immediately retracted as if shy. With each movement, the murky, filthy water vanished, and the ground rapidly became dry. Bian Changxi coughed up blood, which was instantly absorbed. Her eyes widened, and she suddenly looked up. The concrete ceiling of the tunnel began to crack slowly. Clusters and tangles of white-green rootlets squeezed through the cracks. In the blink of an eye, they covered all the walls. Screams of agony erupted from the people still in the hole. Then, fresh blood dripped down from the opening, only to be sucked dry by the white-green stems. There was even a faint, greedy sigh of satisfaction. Chu Hao helped Bian Changxi up. Are you okay? These things on you. In just that short moment, countless stems had latched onto her arms and legs. Their tips bored into her flesh without causing any pain, but she could clearly feel her energy and flesh being rapidly drained. She ruthlessly tore the things off, taking skin and meat with them. In seconds, she was covered in bloody wounds. It's awake. Go. These things were growing in the safety passage and the main tunnel. They were rapidly destroying the tunnel, devouring human space and life. Chu Hao quickly grabbed her, and Chen Guanqing with his other hand. The 3 of them vanished instantly. A moment later, Chen Guanqing's muffled complaint echoed in the long hole. Couldn't you have moved us further? They had tested it. As long as the space was clear, his teleportation range was 70 or 80 meters. Now he hadn't even managed 10. I was too nervous. A moment later, the 3 of them vanished again from the root-filled hole that had become a meat grinder, leaving only bloodstains and bits of flesh that were instantly consumed. They reappeared in a small room carved out of the safety passage. They stared blankly at the people already in the room. Clearly, this wasn't the surface. Chen Guanqing's face was the color of sludge. Chu. How? Sorry. I'll try harder. Why did his teleportation always fail at the critical moment? He grabbed the 2 of them, putting all his strength into activating his ability, when a weak voice suddenly spoke. Bian. Changxi. Is that you, classmate Bian? Bian Changxi shouted, wait. She looked toward the source of the voice. It was a man who was little more than a skeleton. His eyes were deeply sunken, looking terrifying. Of course, the people around him weren't much better. He was slumped against the wall, struggling to move forward. Bian Changxi's expression shifted, and she rushed over. Are you? Chung Haijun. How did you end up like this? It really is you. Chung Haijun burst into tears. I thought I'd never see the light of day again. Please, Yang Hui and the others. Those beasts. It's my fault. Save them. Hearing this, Chu Hao and Chen Guanqing both frowned. Chu Hao couldn't help but say, Miss Bian, we have to go now. I can hear that slurping sound. The roots are almost here. Bian Changxi looked around the room, which was clearly a prison cell, and then at Cheng Haijun's rotting, twisted limbs. Where are Yang Hui and the others? There's no time. I can only take you out. She turned to Chu Hao, who nodded. One more person is manageable. The others imprisoned with Cheng Haijun looked on with pleading eyes. Those who could speak wailed, and those who couldn't knelt and kowtowed. Their outstretched hands looked like withered tree roots, a sight that made one's heart race. Chu Hao hurriedly turned away. We can't take them. We can't. 3 people is the limit. Cheng Haijun said, no number. I have that strange disease. I won't survive even if I go out. You don't have to. Without a word, Bian Changxi pulled him onto her back. Chen Guanqing took him instead. I'll do it. Chu Hao gripped their hands tightly, fearing he'd lose someone, and squeezed his eyes shut. The next moment, the 4 of them felt the ground vanish. They tumbled through dense bamboo thickets and fell from midair. Bian Changxi scrambled up, her numerous wounds aggravated by the friction. She pulled out a crystal core to absorb energy and heal herself while taking out a camping light. The other 3 also got up. Chen Guanqing supported Cheng Haijun, and Chu Hao held another camping light. They looked around, but all they could see was dense bamboo. Even the night sky was obscured by the thick leaves. Where are we? At least we're on the surface. Finally out. No need to worry about suffocating now. Chu Hao let out a long breath. Bian Changxi tried to sense their surroundings, but her perception was poor due to the interference from the strange bamboo and the underground root system. Milk barked urgently, tugged at her clothes, and then jumped to the ground, running in one direction. She said, follow him. After about 10 steps, Bian Changxi's expression changed. No. The thing underground is chasing us. Run. Heavens. It's relentless. It really won't let anyone go. The 3 of us are ability users. We must taste delicious to it. Chen Guanqing hoisted the man onto his back, and the 3 of them began to sprint through the bamboo forest. The bamboo was indeed unusual. Although it didn't attack directly, it would occasionally stretch out a leaf, wrap a tender branch, or trip them with a root. The sharp, flexible branches and leaves caused them many scratches and delays. Bian Changxi drew her machete and hacked her way through, while Chu Hao took over carrying Cheng Haijun. Chen Guanqing used his flames to clear the path, corroding the bamboo as they went. The 3 coordinated well and moved quickly. Milk led them in a direction where the bamboo became sparser, and the terrain sloped downward. It was the way down the mountain. But Bian Changxi could feel the thing underground getting faster. That long root was boring through the earth like a pangolin, closing the gap. If they were caught, they would certainly end up as mummies. Beep, beep, suddenly, the sound of a car horn drifted from ahead, followed by faint lights flickering through the trees. It seemed many vehicles had arrived. Everyone was overjoyed. Someone's here. Bian Changxi hesitated for a moment, but the imminent threat to their lives won out. She pulled out a massive searchlight and turned it on. The bright, white light illuminated the surroundings like day. She handed it to Chu Hao. Hold this and pointed at the sky. Heavens, you even have one of these. Bian Changxi then pulled out a megaphone, and her voice boomed through it. Friends outside. We've encountered trouble here. If possible, we request rescue. A moment later, a man's powerful voice came back through a megaphone. I am Zhu Yiming, commander of the Sioux City Field Army, in charge of the rescue operation. We are here to rescue you. Please provide detailed information on the situation. As the 3 of them continued to push through the bamboo, Bian Changxi shouted, There's bamboo everywhere here, but no aggressive flora or fauna. The only threat is a massive root-like entity underground that feeds on human energy and nutrients. One of its roots is chasing us. She paused briefly and added, There are survivors from the tunnel on the mountain, but I don't know where. There are nearly 3,000 people still inside the tunnel, but the monster has already reached them. I'm afraid. Ah! Chu Hao suddenly cried out, dropping the searchlight. His left leg was caught by something and pulled into the soil. Bian Changxi dropped the megaphone and grabbed his waist. Two sharp vines plunged into the ground, finding the root. Ice encased it, and a red fire line erupted, scorching a section of it. She took the chance to pull Chu Hao out. A piece of the root was still wrapped around his left leg. She hacked it off with her blade, but it was too late. His left leg was nothing but skin and bone. He collapsed, exhausted. A much thicker root burst from the ground. Bian Changxi's vines couldn't contain it. It lashed out wildly in the air, snapping bamboo branches. The next moment, it swung back toward Bian Changxi. Bian Changxi took a deep breath, preparing to strike, when the sound of wind rose behind her. Someone burst through the bamboo, their footsteps so light and fast they were almost silent. Then her wrist was gripped tightly, and she was pulled behind the person. The root was suddenly caught by a single hand. The incredibly powerful root was caught by that slender hand. Although only a portion of its diameter was held, it couldn't break free. A cold roar echoed from deep within the earth, and the root began to thrash violently. Gu Shu gripped it firmly. The staggering force of the thing made his heart race. If that blow had hit a person, it would have surely snapped them in half. His gaze turned cold. He turned his head and said, "Go." Bian Changxi blinked, seemingly still in shock. But the next moment, she turned without hesitation. "Chu Hao Wei." She looked back. "Aren't you going to let go?" He was still gripping her hand tightly. Gu Shu quickly released her. Bian Changxi pulled Chu Hao up, nodded to Chen Guanqing, and led the way down the mountain. Chen Guanqing looked at Gu Shu, hesitated for a moment, and then followed with Cheng Haijun on his back. On the way, they encountered many soldiers in camouflage uniforms. The man leading them was tall and handsome, with a serious expression on his stubbled face. This was Zhu Yiming, the same man who had mocked Gu Shu at the party for not daring to deal with the strange plants. He hadn't expected Gu Shu to commandeer a vehicle, follow his team, and be the first to charge up the mountain like a man whose house was on fire. "He actually beat me to it." Zhu Yiming roared inwardly. He quickly deployed his men and, grabbing a megaphone, also rushed up. Meeting Bian Changxi's group, he asked, "Just the four of you?" "In this area, yes." "I don't know where the others are." Zhu Yiming nodded. "Go down and rest. Don't get any closer." He noticed that all four of them looked terrible, clearly at their limit. "All right. Can I use the megaphone and lights to call my companions? As long as it doesn't interfere with us." Once Bian Changxi reached the bottom of the mountain and the line of military vehicles, she set up the searchlights. 5 or 6 searchlights were turned on at once, illuminating a patch of the sky. Chen Guanqing grabbed the megaphone and repeated, "George, Chai Zhang, Baldi Qiang. We're safe. Come to the light." Nearby soldiers saw they were wounded and exhausted and came over to help. Chen Guanqing slumped beside a vehicle. Although he wasn't injured, the effort of digging the hole had consumed a massive amount of energy, leaving him on the verge of exhaustion. He quickly took out a white core to replenish himself. Bian Changxi was also replenishing her energy while checking Chu Hao's injury. The flesh and fat on his leg had been sucked dry. She had no way to fix this. She could only tell him to stay conscious and absorb energy to see if it helped. Cheng Haijun, meanwhile, was unconscious. He was suffering from some kind of illness. If Chu Hao's leg was withered, Cheng Haijun's entire body was withered. His limbs were even rotting, and his bones were twisted. A close look was truly horrifying. She could only carefully channel wood energy into him to maintain his vital signs. At that moment, the sounds of intense fighting drifted down from the mountain. Various colored abilities flashed, and the earth shook continuously, as if an earthquake were about to strike. From the forest at the foot of the mountain, people began to emerge one by one, supported by soldiers. It was George, Chaizhong, and the others. However, they weren't in good shape either. There weren't many of them, and everyone was bloody, wounded, and exhausted. They collapsed on the ground, too tired to even speak. The helpless soldiers had to move them together, get them onto vehicles, and provide water and food. A few minutes later, a loud explosion echoed from the mountain, followed by a burst of fire. The people who had gone up rushed back down. Zhu Yiming shouted through his megaphone from a distance, "Move out." Back to the base. The convoy was already in formation, ready to leave. The front row, carrying the wounded, started their engines first. The vehicles behind followed slowly. The men coming down from the mountain were covered in blood but still agile, leaping onto the moving vehicles like tigers and leopards. Once the trucks were full, the drivers floored the gas and sped away like the wind. Bian Changxi saw everyone else onto the vehicles, but remained outside herself. She spotted Gu Shu in the crowd. Gu Shu also saw her and ran straight toward her, his eyes never leaving hers. He grabbed her hand and looked for a vehicle to board. "Let's get back first." Zhu Yiming followed close behind. "Take my car." A particularly rugged and unique, off-road vehicle slid up like a ghost. Zhu Yiming opened the door and climbed in. Gu Shu didn't hesitate, bringing Bian Changxi in with him. The door closed, and the vehicle glided away, so smooth and fast that they could barely feel any vibration. Silence filled the car. Gu Shu and Bian Changxi looked at each other, seemingly unsure of what to say. Zhu Yiming watched them with curious, strange eyes, mostly focusing on Bian Changxi. A woman, short hair, in her 20s. So this was the person Gu Shu had spent 2 months looking for, the one who was supposedly dead as a doornail. Gu Shu spoke first. "How did you end up here? This is the only way to Sioux City base." "Who knew it was already occupied?" "We had a conflict, and just as we were about to turn back, the tunnel collapsed." "Then how did you get out?" Zhu Yiming asked. "Digging. We dug upward." Bian Changxi smiled bitterly. "But we still disturbed that thing. In the end, only a few dozen people escaped." "It wasn't because you disturbed it," Zhu Yiming said seriously. "I've seen those strange things on other hills. Those were already mature, having sucked people into mummies. The one here was only one step away from maturity. Even if you had stayed still today, it would have eventually attacked. Other hills have them too." Bian Changxi frowned, searching her memory. Right in her previous life, there had been a similar situation. After the mid-autumn rains, devourers appeared in various places. Every base organized ability users to hunt them down. It took over 7 or 8 major operations and countless deaths to completely eradicate them. She hadn't been involved in those operations, of course. She didn't even know what a devourer was. Even the people going on the missions didn't know at first. Everyone assumed it was some kind of large animal. After the dust settled, the discussions died down, and those who didn't know the inside story remained in the dark. That was why Bian Changxi hadn't made the connection initially. She only knew that the eradication campaign had produced many heroes. A group of young, outstanding managers had risen to power in the base because of it. Gu Shu was one of them. She didn't know if Zhu Yiming had been among them, but he was certainly a prominent figure in Sioux City base. She asked, "And you?" "We failed," Gu Shu said. "That thing isn't something the few of us can handle. We have to go back and discuss a strategy." In truth, the thing had only used a dozen or so rootlets to deal with them. If it had used its full power, its energy would have been beyond estimation. Rescuing the people in the tunnel was a pipe dream, so they had decided to retreat. Even so, they had ended up in quite a mess. Bian Changxi saw the bloodstains on both men and wisely didn't ask further. Zhu Yiming laughed heartily. "Gu Shu, will you come again next time? Working with you is truly refreshing. Others either lack the guts or the ability. They're always missing something. It makes fighting feel unsatisfying. especially that explosive fire at the end of the retreat. The timing and power were perfect, forcing all those tentacles back into the ground. That was how abilities should be used. That might not be appropriate. Oh, stop it. I'm not a stranger to the name Gushu. You used to be parachuted in for missions all the time. There was always a backlash, but I never heard of you following the rules once. This time, didn't you rush out for the sake of a beauty? It's not that it's inappropriate. It's just that you didn't have enough of a reason before. He winked at Bian Changxi. She was stunned. He leaned back lazily against the leather seat and continued, "Those guys in the base just have too many rotten rules, and it's not like they've made the base any better. Why care so much? If we did everything their way, humanity would be left far behind by those mutated monsters. All right, I know your situation. I'll submit an application for you. Join my field army. I'll give you an honorary consultant title. Whether you help me train people or lead a team, I'll give you full authority." He added with a smile, "Honestly, I've been drooling over your capital special forces training methods for a long time." Since things had reached this point, Gu Shu stopped making excuses. He gave a faint smile. "I will definitely build up an armed force. I'm also quite interested in your field army, but the time isn't right yet." Zhu Yiming thought about it. "True. You only just attended your first routine meeting. And you even walked out halfway." Bian Changxi had been listening quietly. Now she saw him turn his teasing gaze toward her again. "So this is the wood user you've been looking for. Captain Gu really went through a lot of trouble to find you." Bian Changxi looked at Gu Shu, whose expression had suddenly become somewhat unnatural. She said coolly, "Yes, quite a lot of trouble. I heard that my inability to leave the tunnel was your doing." Gu Shu stiffened. "What do you mean?" "The leader in the tunnel said so. He said he works for you, and that you ordered him to keep me there by any means necessary if he saw me. Because of that, he injured my companions and kept us trapped until now." "I never did that," Gu Shu said immediately. "After the Mid-Autumn Festival, I gave up." Look, he suddenly had the urge to bite his own tongue off. "Ah, I see." Bian Changxi turned to look out the window. The car fell into an awkward silence. Zhu Yiming grinned silently. Wow, this girl has quite a temper. What was even more amazing was that Gu Shu didn't even argue back. Given his decisive personality, he should have been asking for specific details to find out who was impersonating him. The fact that this conversation was happening at all was very strange. Zhu Yiming, who had already changed his opinion of Gu Shu and intended to stay in touch, straightened his lazy posture. Burning with the fire of gossip, he pricked up his ears to catch their next words. Unfortunately, neither of them spoke again. They seemed to be at a stalemate. Something shifted in Bian Changxi's arms. A small white beast placed its mud-covered paws on her shoulder and peeked its head out. Seeing Gu Shu, its dark grape-like eyes lit up. It let out an affectionate howl and with a joyful leap jumped toward him. Gu Shu subconsciously reached out, and the small white beast landed lightly in his palm. Its fur was soft and warm, the kind of texture that would make anyone adore it from the bottom of their heart. Even the coldest, hardest heart would be moved. Watching the little thing burrow happily in his hand, whimpering and rubbing against him in a coquettish and affectionate manner, Gu Shu's cold face involuntarily softened. He grabbed its small body just as it got carried away and tried to pounce on him, asking Bian Changxi, "Is this milk?" Bian Changxi withdrew her gaze from the dark scenery outside and nodded. Seeing Milk acting so lively, she couldn't help but find it funny and a bit exasperating. "I raised your pet to be white and chubby for you. Sure enough, this guy isn't ingrate. He's much more affectionate with you." She had just thought it through, it couldn't be Gu Shu. First of all, he wasn't a Reincarnator. If he wanted to do something to her, there was no need to use someone else's hand, let alone use such despicable and vulgar means. A person of Gu Shu's principles and cleanliness would absolutely look down on trash like old Qian and disdain dealing with him, let alone establishing a superior-subordinate relationship. Then it only left that so-called Sun Buchun's side. Old Qian's communicator had completely confirmed for her that there was another Reincarnator in this world. Otherwise, that kind of technology, which belonged to a year or two into the apocalypse, would absolutely not appear now. She even suspected that the device came from Chu Yi's hands because he had a habit of carving Kai in hidden places on his creations, and that communicator indeed bore that mark. However, she couldn't rule out the possibility that the Reincarnator knew about Chu Yi's habit and was deliberately imitating him to confuse her. This was actually a good thing. That Reincarnator had tried to rob her jade bracelet repeatedly and had brought out crystal core communicators. They were definitely using the advantage of Rebirth to gain huge benefits. Since that was the case, there were traces to follow and clues to grasp. She wasn't afraid of the opponent making a move. She was afraid of them staying still, only to pop out and bite her when she least expected it. Originally, she didn't care about there being another Reincarnator. She might have even exchanged thoughts on Rebirth with them. Asking about the world's development after her death would have been quite interesting. But since the other party didn't want to get along, she wasn't a soft persimmon. It was a fight to the death, who was afraid of whom. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and her body relaxed. Her stiff expression loosened as she asked Gu Shu, "Why did you come?" "Did you know I was here?" Gu Shu had been secretly observing her expression and demeanor. Knowing she didn't suspect anything, he revealed the fact that someone had passed him information. "Commander Zhu happened to get intelligence that something happened here, so I tagged along to take a look." "You didn't just tag along. You practically rushed over to snatch the spot," Zhu Yiming grumbled inwardly. "Who gave you the news?" "Haven't asked yet." Bian Changxi regretted not torturing old Qian a bit more. Her energy had been spent looking for anomalies in the tunnel all afternoon and evening, so she hadn't had the spare time to care about anything else. Now the man was buried in the tunnel. Dead or alive, there was nowhere to ask. Right, he had said he notified the person behind him via the communicator immediately. It was very likely that person had come to the tunnel right away. She asked, "How long does it take to get to the base from here?" This time Zhu Yiming answered, "We took the main road cleared and controlled by the military. It was unimpeded all the way. It only takes 2 hours." "What about other roads?" "That's uncertain. Anywhere from half a day to several days. Sometimes it depends on luck." "Quite a difference." Bian Changxi thought to herself. Although the main road was called a main road, its entrance was very hidden. People coming from other places would find it hard to locate without connections. Even if they found it, it was difficult to get permission to pass. Taking other roads carried immense risk. Although the Sioux City base's move to close the main road guaranteed a certain level of security, it carried obvious class discrimination. Who is allowed to use this main road? "Getting a pass isn't difficult," Gu Shu said, stroking Milk, who was overly active and burrowing around. "As long as you are registered as a resident of the base, have a regional manager vouch for you, and pay a sufficient amount of assets, you can apply for a pass. After obtaining the pass, you have to pay a toll every time you use the main road. Currently, a large part of the base's financial revenue comes from this. In that case, the pass was easy to get right now. The person who received the intelligence would definitely have rushed over via the main road." She entered the tunnel a little before 4 p.m. It was now 8:30 p.m. If the other party was coming, they would have arrived long ago. But Zhu Yiming's men hadn't found any suspicious characters during their search just now. Did they come and leave? She wondered if checking the people and vehicles that passed through the main road during this time could lock down a few targets. Bian Changxi rested her chin in her hand, thinking. Suddenly, she felt something was off. Looking up, she saw both men staring at her. She was stunned. "What is it?" Zhu Yiming laughed loudly, sounding both emotional and enlightened. He said to Gu Shu, as expected of the person you've been thinking about. She's different from ordinary young girls. Truly different. An ordinary person, thought to be dead and suddenly reappearing, must have gone through many hardships. Upon a sudden reunion, even if they didn't pour out their grievances about the suffering, they should at least be moved or excited, showing some emotional turbulence. Not to mention her relationship with Gu Shu was obviously extraordinary. In Zhu Yiming's impression, girls were made of water, delicate and fragile. When he first saw Bian Changxi, seeing such a slender and beautiful young woman, he had imagined how she would cry in Gu Shu's arms later. Who knew there were no tears, only a pair of cold eyes. Once she started talking, she was asking questions and thinking, clearly trying to solve some puzzle and doing so independently. The two capable men sitting here were merely objects of her inquiry, not objects of her plea for help. Calm, composed, and deeply thoughtful, Bian Changxi was undoubtedly special and surprising, completely overturning his first impression of her. Bian Changxi was puzzled by Zhu Yiming's laughter. There didn't seem to be anything worth laughing so happily about. She turned to look at Gu Shu beside her and saw that his eyes were also smiling. He started to say, "You." Before the words could leave his mouth, the earth suddenly shook violently. Something whipped the back of the car hard. The vehicle bounced forward, and the tail drifted wildly. Milk flew out directly and hit the front windshield, smacking into a flat pancake with a splat. Bian Changxi nearly crashed into the front seat, gripping the door handle tightly to stabilize herself. What happened? At that moment, the roof above her head was whipped, instantly denting inward. Gu Shu pulled her over just in time, preventing the tragedy of her head being crushed. She fell next to Gu Shu, who wrapped her in his arms and turned to look out the window. It caught up. Damn it, how far have we run? That thing is long enough. Zhu Yiming cursed. It probably concentrated its power to reach here. Listening to the whistling and screaming outside, Gu Shu's face was grim and tense. Suddenly, the glass window on Bian Changxi's side was smashed. A hideous white-green vine flashed past the window, and the entire car was knocked askew, slamming heavily into the mountain wall. Gu Shu's back slammed against the car door, making a terrifying loud noise. His hands still protected the back of Bian Changxi's head, pressing her into his embrace. Glass shards splattered onto his arms. As soon as the car stopped, he let go of Bian Changxi, cold light flashing in his eyes. He swapped positions with her, leaned out the window, and saw the terrifying thing. The road had split open down the middle into an abyss, and the thing was drilling out from it, showing off its might in the night like an ancient giant serpent. What Gu Shu hated most were snakes. Don't stop the car, keep driving. Gu Shu threw a fireball at the thing, smashed the remaining glass shards on the window with his elbow, and jumped out in a flash. Then, the SUV stuck in the dirt pit was pushed violently. Zhu Yiming pulled away the driver, who was sweating profusely from anxiety, and took the wheel himself. He slammed on the gas, and the car shot out, rampaging across the highway to catch up with the convoy ahead. Bian Changxi clung to the window. Gu Shu. Gu Shu caught up with the SUV and leaped onto the roof. The thick vine chased closely behind him, pulling itself up from the ground, its length unknown. Gu Shu raised his hand, and walls of fire rose abruptly from the ground. No single wall could stop the vine, but every time it crossed a wall, it became a bit more charred, and its momentum weakened. Finally, the vine slammed headfirst toward Gu Shu. He clamped onto the thing with both hands. Countless red fire chains surging with flames shot out from his palms, wrapping around the vine at dazzling speed and digging into its skin one by one, making a sound like iron chains locking. Thin but solid fire blades flew out from the fire chains, embedding themselves into the vine, creating charred wounds. White-green liquid flowed from the wounds, and the vine began to thrash in pain. Suddenly, a bulging mass surged up from the underground part of the vine, breaking through the blockade of fire chains until it reached the tip. The tip then twisted violently, expanding and transforming, gradually forming the outline of a human face. The features were complete, though still very blurry. It opened a toothless mouth at Gu Shu and let out a thundering roar. Gu Shu leaned back, but was violently pulled off the roof by the thing, scraping a trail of sparks on the road. Bian Changxi watched him instantly grow distant, her eyes wide. "Stop the car." She grabbed the deformed window frame, about to jump. Zhu Yiming said, "Don't go." "Can't you say?" "He's buying time. He will catch up." He ordered the driver to use the loudspeaker to command the vehicles ahead to continue driving and not stop to help. Bian Changxi froze. Milk struggled to crawl back and jumped onto her lap, looking back with her. Sure enough, there was another explosion at that spot. Flames soared into the sky, and a figure flew out from the fire. Zhu Yiming stopped the car, and several people had to use force together to open the door to let Gu Shu in. Gu Shu was steaming all over, with multiple burns. Half of his body was scraped and bleeding, but he smiled and held up a crystal core. Zhu Yiming was both overjoyed and shocked. "You killed that thing." Gu Shu's chest heaved as he panted. "I estimate this was just one of them. The main body underground definitely has more than one crystal core." "Haha, breaking one of its arms is good enough." Zhu Yiming praised sincerely. "Everyone says you, Gu Shu, are strong. I didn't believe it before, but now I admit it, you're more badass than me." Bian Changxi, however, wasn't as happy as they were. She looked at Gu Shu, her face sinking, and placed her hand on his, transmitting wood element energy. Gu Shu's smile stiffened for a moment, and he let out a low, muffled groan. Immediately after, he felt the surging foreign energy become gentle, cool, and warm as it traveled through his body, covering his wounds. Enveloped in a faint green light, he smiled bitterly. "Is this how you heal everyone? Hurting people first before healing them?" Bian Changxi frowned deeply. Only by actually touching him did she realize how heavily injured Gu Shu was. New wounds, old wounds, internal and external, and even some critical hidden injuries. The energy stagnated when passing through those areas. She didn't believe Gu Shu wasn't aware of them himself. "Do you duel people every day to end up like this? And you still come out in this condition? Doctors can't handle these injuries, and the wood element users aren't skilled enough. I don't want to run around injured either." Gu Shu felt innocent. He had an illness with no doctor. He couldn't be blamed. Bian Changxi choked on her words. She flipped her hand to reveal a green core. Striking while the iron was hot, she increased the energy transfer and meticulously controlled the flow to nourish the damaged tissues and meridians. Gu Shu's injuries were caused by abilities. They weren't visible on the outside and didn't affect normal life, but obvious problems would arise when activating his ability. Therefore, general medicine was ineffective against such injuries. Wood element had a natural healing advantage, but this also required the user's technique to be up to par. This was her first time treating such injuries since her rebirth. Gradually, her already pale face became even paler. Her eyelashes trembled incessantly, sweat slid down her forehead, and her hand gripping Gu Shu's wrist tightened unconsciously, showing her complete mental immersion and tension. Gu Shu quickly cooperated with her. Wherever her ability passed, his own ability made way. In fact, he wanted her to stop, but he was afraid that interrupting rashly would cause a backlash and hurt her. Regardless, a Tier 3 against a Tier 2 still had natural suppression. Bian Changxi felt increasing pressure. Controlling the ability became more strenuous, yielding half the result with twice the effort. Finally, she let go weak. No energy left. However, Gu Shu's external injuries were basically all healed, though his internal old wounds still needed some work. He felt completely renewed. He said to her, "Rest for a while. The road is still long. I'll call you when we arrive." Bian Changxi thought for a moment and nodded. "All right." She leaned back against the seat and closed her eyes. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep in a moving, strange car, but as soon as she closed her eyes, sleepiness surged. She was too tired. Being with Chu Hao and the others these days, she had hardly slept a peaceful sleep. The most relaxed moments were when she entered the space, but even then, she worried about the outside and counted the time before going out. No matter how tired or hard it was, lying in the car, she didn't dare to let herself sleep completely. She forced herself to sleep lightly because she couldn't predict what would happen while she slept. She didn't want to open her eyes next time and find herself in a monster's mouth. It wasn't that she didn't trust Chu Hao and the others. They had no reason or guts to harm her. It was just that there wasn't anyone strong and capable enough to let her safely entrust a moment of time to them. Having companions who weren't strong enough was actually a helpless matter. But at this moment, there seemed to be a peace of mind coming from the bottom of her heart. Without hesitation, when the drowsiness hit, she chose to sink into it. The dented and deformed SUV continued to speed forward, having bypassed the convoy to reach the middle section. This poor car couldn't withstand a second blow. The dim interior of the car was quiet enough to hear breathing. The yellowish overhead light shone on Bian Changxi's blood-stained and exhausted sleeping face, seemingly becoming gentle and careful. Gu Shu found a blanket and gently draped it over her, then turned his head to watch her quietly. She had hardly changed. Even her short, thin hair showed no signs of growing longer. But her life aura was obviously much stronger, completely unlike the dying state when they first met. Her ability had also strengthened significantly. She had become stronger, her brow condensing more composure and confidence. But she had also suffered. Covered in blood and mud, he didn't know where she was hurt or if it was serious. Her hair was messy, and her face was pale. She looked very bedraggled. His gaze gradually softened. Under the mild light, his eyebrows lost their sharp edges, becoming particularly gentle and warm. Zhu Yiming rolled his eyes towards the sky from the driver's seat. Look, what's the use of looking? A smart person would take this opportunity to hold the beauty in his arms. What a rare chance, what a perfect moment to cultivate feelings and create atmosphere. The convoy drove for more than 20 minutes, leaving the winding road. After inspection and interrogation, they began to drive onto the flat and open main avenue. Apart from the powerful duty team at the intersection, there was a duty booth every 2 kilometers on this road. Mini patrol cars patrolled back and forth. The solar sodium lamps recently erected on both sides of the road emitted a penetrating orange light, illuminating the road ahead in a hazy view. This was the access avenue built by the Sioux City base at a huge cost. There was one for each direction, east, west, north, and south, named accordingly. This one facing south was the South Avenue, and it currently had the most traffic because it received people from the Jiang City area. The grand team of 550,000 people from Jiang City had entered the base through here. The scene had been truly magnificent. Even though it was already night, there were still vehicles coming and going. But the cars that could appear here at night definitely had deep backgrounds. Such a fully armed convoy returning with injuries was particularly conspicuous. Other cars had already deliberately slowed down, obviously observing them. Zhu Yiming smiled and said, "It will definitely be lively when we get to the base later. You don't need to speak. Leave everything to me. I'll just say I invited you over to help." Gu Shu said sincerely, "Thanks." But when they actually reached the south gate of the base, both of them smiled bitterly. It seemed impossible to keep a low profile and muddle through. Many people were standing outside the south gate. There were people from Zhu Yiming's side to meet him, people waiting for Gu Shu, and some others. The most striking group was a squad of military police in cold, hard uniforms. Zhu Yiming stopped the car. Gu Shu carefully picked up Bian Changxi, who was still sleeping deeply, and stepped out of the car. The MPs immediately swarmed up. "Commander Zhu, you took troops out of the base without approval, violating base regulations. Please come with us. Gu Shu, you have no position or authority, but privately intervened in the regular army's operations. "Please come with us." Zhu Yiming shrugged, looking helpless, but anger faintly flashed in his eyes. Gu Shu's brow was cold and heavy, his eyes containing frost as he swept a cold glance over these people. The MP captain was shaken back a step, his face looking ugly. "Gu Shu, do you want to defy us?" "Wait a moment." Gu Shu carried Bian Changxi towards his own people. Qiu Feng had been waiting with his men for a long time. Seeing Gu Shu return with almost no part of his body intact, his heart rose to his throat. He stepped forward to meet him. "Ah Shu, are you okay?" Then seeing Bian Changxi in his arms, Qiu Feng's usually calm and indifferent face showed an expression that greatly damaged his image for the first time. "This is she really?" "Amen." Gu Shu placed Bian Changxi into the car and helped her lean back comfortably. "Take her back. Later, no matter who comes, whether they say it's for a statement or whatever, stall them. Let her rest well first. I'll go with the MP team now. By the way, she seems to have a few companions. Negotiate with Zhu Yiming's people and see if you can bring them over and arrange for them." Gu Shu closed the car door, walked a few steps and looked back. "I'm entrusting her to you." Qiu Feng was originally quite solemn, but hearing this, he almost didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I know. Do you still not trust me?" Whenever Gu Shu ordered or asked him to do something, he never repeated it twice. Gu Shu absolutely trusted him. Gu Shu nodded, glanced at the car again, and turned to walk towards the MP team. Qiu Feng's smile fell. Watching him get into the MP car, he turned back to look at the car window, sighing lightly in his heart. Ah Shu really treated this Bian Changxi differently. As a longtime friend, life-and-death companion and subordinate, he knew very well what this meant. Among the five of them, in terms of silence, Gu Shu couldn't compare to Shadow. In terms of denseness, he couldn't catch up to Xiao Yun even with a horse. In terms of roughness, he wasn't like Wu Dalang, who had a simple and ignorant appearance. In terms of coldness, sometimes he wasn't as ruthless as Qiu Feng himself. But emotionally, he was undoubtedly the most closed off. He valued emotion, so he wouldn't easily be moved. Even the friendship of the five of them was built over years of life and death together. He had been tricked by women, so while he didn't have a natural rejection of approaching members of the opposite sex, he would secretly harbor a few more doubts. Bian Changxi was full of mysteries. There were too many unreasonable things about her. Normally, Gu Shu would absolutely not allow such a person to wander around him. But towards her, he seemed to have a tolerance born of nature. If one said this was just based on the life-saving grace she showed Shadow back then, Qiu Feng didn't quite believe it. Whatever. How Gu Shu decided his private matters wasn't something he could interfere with. He only hoped Bian Changxi was worthy of this special treatment. "Let's go back," Qiu Feng said to his subordinates and got into the car himself. As soon as he entered, he met a pair of dark eyes. He was stunned for a moment. "You're awake. Ah Shu has some matters to deal with. I'll take you to where we are staying first." Bian Changxi propped up her forehead. Actually, the moment Gu Shu left, she had suddenly startled awake. Perhaps it was because that reassuring aura disappeared, and her instinctive crisis awareness made her wake up quickly. She didn't speak or go out immediately because, first, she was observing the environment, and second, she felt faintly incredulous. She had actually fallen asleep. Waking up to find the person beside her changed, and the location changed as well. This was really a strange and scary thing, okay. Qiu Feng. She saw clearly who had entered and processed the meaning of his words, then nodded without speaking further. The car slowly drove into the base. Bian Changxi leaned against the window, quietly watching the street scene outside. The base at night was lit only by street lamps. The cold wind blew gently on her face. Due to the curfew, there were no ordinary pedestrians on the street, only various regular personnel patrolling or handling certain matters. Looking at the dark houses, she knew this was due to the electricity shortage. Very few people could afford to use electricity. It was like a poor peasant family in ancient times, too poor to light an oil lamp, going to bed early as soon as night fell, with no nightlife to speak of. She couldn't help but recall the scene of entering the base in her previous life. Back then, she waited outside the base gate for many days, becoming dirty, smelly, hungry, and exhausted before the entry procedures were finally completed. Clutching a thin identity magnetic card, she entered with the last batch of people. It was almost dark, and the road was still somewhat lively. Facing this huge apocalyptic city, hope and anxiety for the future surged from the depths of her heart. Dragging a tattered suitcase, she walked silently and hurriedly like a wandering beggar, not knowing where to go. The people on the road looked at her with either pity or contempt. That taste. For refugees with no money and no ability, the base wouldn't arrange accommodation. She had eaten all her food and didn't have half a crystal core. She had been without food for most of the day outside the base. She couldn't even enter the temporary shelter, where one steamed bun could get you a straw mat for the night. She could only follow the crowd to find a place to sleep under the overpass, at street corners, or in the alleys of buildings. She still clearly remembered that everywhere she went, she was either despised by the local residents, dispersed by the security team, or forcibly driven away by people who had already occupied the spot. She walked so much, losing track of north, south, east, and west, let alone finding the Bian family or anyone to rely on. She wanted to cry. Then suddenly, a man snatched her suitcase and ran. There was nothing valuable in the suitcase, only 2 sets of dirty clothes she had changed in and out of, which could barely be worn again. A few pieces of scrap cloth picked up on the road to sleep on. A seat cushion soaked in vegetable soup thrown from a car entering the base, which could cover her for warmth. She had fought with her life to grab that, otherwise she would have frozen to death during those nights outside the base. There were also 2 bowls, a pair of chopsticks, a pair of sneakers, a sun hat, a dry towel, 2 flashlights with dead batteries, and so on. Most importantly, there was half a bottle of mineral water, although it already smelled a bit. At that time, the jade bracelet space had already appeared, but she didn't know much about this ability. Moreover, she often couldn't take things out or sense the space, so she didn't dare put too many things inside. She divided her possessions into 2 parts, one in the suitcase and one in the space. So when the suitcase was snatched, she shouldn't have chased after him so recklessly. But she was truly anxious and panicked. There was a fire burning in her heart. With red eyes, she chased for several streets. Fortunately, the other party seemed to have been starving for a long time too and couldn't run fast. Neither of them had stamina. In the end, the suitcase gave out first. It fell apart in a stinking ditch, scattering everything. The man desperately rummaged through the items, found nothing worth robbing, and spat fiercely. He kicked her over as she caught up. Poor beggar, pretending with such a big box. Wasted my time. She never forgot that sentence. She pounced on him and fought, scratching, pulling, tearing, and biting, almost risking her life, beating him until he howled for mercy. Then she stared blankly at the tattered box soaked in sewage and the messy things inside. For a moment, she almost had the urge to wail loudly. If a kind-hearted person hadn't passed by and given her 2 white cores, she really didn't know what she would have done. She had been that wretched once. Later, when she recalled it, she often felt it was unimaginable, finding it both funny and heartbreaking. Bian Changxi's emotions surged. Looking at the familiar yet strange buildings outside, she felt as if a lifetime had passed. Everything seemed like a terrible, sour dream with no end. Her eyes unknowingly welled up with tears, stinging in the wind. Really, how melodramatic. She raised her hand to cover her eyes. After a few breaths, she rolled up the window and sat up straight, her face calm as if nothing had happened. The car drove for about 10 minutes, and a complex of apartment buildings appeared. Chiu Feng said, "This is the accommodation allocated to the Jiang City side. This is only a part of it. The few of us are temporarily staying in a villa over there." There are empty rooms. How about you stay there for a night? Bian Changxi nodded. I'm fine with anything. Qiu Feng made a few hand gestures out the window, and the 3 cars following behind dispersed. He turned back and smiled. They will definitely be very happy to see you. The car arrived in front of a detached villa with a courtyard. 2 lamps shaped like kerosene lamps were still lit at the gate. Voices could be faintly heard from the yard. Probably hearing the sound, someone ran out. Vice Captain Chayo, you're back. He pulled open the iron gate. The car drove straight in and stopped in the courtyard. Bian Changxi pushed the door open and got out, Milk trotting at her heels. This was a very large villa. It must have been beautiful and expensive before the apocalypse. Unfortunately, most of the ornamental plants in the yard had been shoveled away, and the decorative lights, small fountains, and sculptures had been removed. Except for a rack in the corner, everywhere was bare and paved with blue bricks. Several cars were parked in the yard. Qiu Feng asked the driver to park the car in the garage and walked towards the people under the terrace. Old Wu Dalang, we're back. Miss Bian is back too. Miss Bian. Under the overhead light, Wu Dalang, sitting in a wheelchair, widened his eyes. He stared at the approaching Bian Changxi in disbelief, looking her up and down twice almost rudely before giving a heavy thumbs up. I said someone as capable as Miss Bian wouldn't die easily. It's great that you're still alive. Shadow will definitely be very happy to know. He's been blaming himself all these days. Gu Pei was also pleasantly surprised and stood up. Changxi, oh my God, you're finally here. Perhaps because he was close in age to Bian Changxi, he was less reserved with her and called her by her name, following Gu Shu's lead. How did you? Okay, look at me being muddled. Now is not the time to talk. I'll take you to pick a room first. Where is your luggage? Qiu Feng glanced at Bian Changxi. Right, Ape, take Miss Bian to rest first. He paused. I remember Xiao Yun said he wanted to turn the remaining rooms on the 2nd floor into a training room. Then Miss Bian should stay on the 3rd floor. Gu Pei's steps faltered slightly, and he looked at Bian Changxi too. Oh, okay. Bian Changxi's gaze lingered on Wu Dalang's legs for a moment. I don't have luggage. She then followed Gu Pei inside. This villa was also very large, and the furniture had a modern feel. Only a small lamp was lit in the living room. Under the dim light, the hall seemed even emptier. To put it bluntly, there was no aura of life. There were only a few documents on the coffee table, not even a fruit bowl or water cup. Gu Pei said the villa was like this when we moved in. Later, everyone was busy and didn't pay much attention to it, so we didn't decorate it further. Wu Ji and Shadow Ji live on the 1st floor, along with Nan who went out to welcome you just now, and a nanny, Auntie. Shadow has already gone to sleep. Xiao Yun was called away by Vice Commander, who to ask about some things just now. He should be back soon. As they were speaking, a room on the 1st floor opened, and a middle-aged woman came out. Respectfully and with some surprise, she said, Young Master Gu, is there a guest? I'll go tidy up a bedroom right away. Aunt Zhao, this isn't a guest. Miss Bian is one of us. She will stay in the empty bedroom on the 3rd floor. Bian Changxi saw a strange look appear on the nanny's face. She looked at her twice before hurriedly going upstairs. Gu Pei led Bian Changxi upstairs. Brother Qiu Feng, Xiao Yun, and I live on the 2nd floor. There are 2 empty rooms in the corridor, but Xiao Yun likes to blow strong winds in the corridor whenever he has nothing to do. After being scolded by Brother Qiu Feng a few times, he angrily said he would knock down the walls of the 2 rooms connecting to his bedroom so he could blow wind to his heart's content inside. He was already designing it today. Bian Changxi walked slowly up to the 3rd floor. Hearing this, she asked, What about Gu Shu? Gu Pei shrugged. Here, this is the room. He lives alone on the 3rd floor because there is a large study next to it. As a result, he spends almost every night in the study. The bedroom is practically useless to him. Bian Changxi looked at the black door, hesitating in her steps. Hearing this, the third floor seemed like Gu Shu's private territory. Would it be bad for her to come up here like this? At this moment, Aunt Zhao came out of the adjacent bedroom. It's all tidied up. Miss Bian, check if anything is missing and tell me. I'll go to the first floor to fetch water for you to wash up. I'll do it myself. Aunt Zhao smiled, waved her hand, and left. Gu Pei said, don't let Aunt Zhao's thin figure fool you. She's actually a strength-type ability user. Carrying water is nothing to her. Bian Changxi clicked her tongue secretly. These people, even the nanny they hired, was an ability user. Gu Pei added, everything in this villa is good and the electricity is connected, but the water is cut off. We get water from water element users every day. Although it's inconvenient, it's enough. He paused and smiled. And since Brother Chu Feng obtained the water element ability, it's become even more convenient. Bian Changxi turned her head at the door. Chu Feng has an ability now too. Yeah, he got caught in the rain during the Mid-Autumn Festival and had a high fever for 2 whole days when he came back. We were worried he would end up like those sick people, but he suddenly got better and gained an ability. In other words, all 5 of Gu Shu's group were ability users. Bian Changxi thought to herself. It wasn't strange for a squad to be full of ability users, but usually, those were recruited people who had already become ability users. For a pre-apocalypse squad to all become ability users in the apocalypse was quite rare. One could only say their luck was too good. Bian Changxi paused. She vaguely remembered that in her previous life, someone had joked that Gu Shu had a strongman manufacturing constitution. Whether it was himself or the people around him, they were basically all strong. Even if they weren't before, after staying by his side for a while, they would be influenced by some inexplicable force and become stronger and stronger. However, more people believed this was likely nonsense. After all, birds of a feather flock together. A group with many strong individuals would differ from a rabble in both atmosphere and topics of discussion and research. Plus, with excellent seniors guiding the newcomers, teaching wave after wave, a positive cycle was formed. Unless the subordinates were unmotivated, it would be strange for them to turn out poorly. Bian Changxi felt the same way. It wasn't that she didn't believe heaven might favor Gu Shu, but if he really had a cheat-like constitution that could uplift people, yet the people closest to him died one after another, that would truly be ironic. Besides, didn't his own brother, Gu Pei, still lack an ability? She looked at Gu Pei. Gu Pei was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. I don't have an ability. Say, I don't know why. Everyone has one, except me. He was quite disappointed and felt rather useless. However, after his brother talked to him once, that line of thinking stopped. Not having an ability didn't mean anything. There was a way to live even without one. His mindset was very good, which surprised Bian Changxi. But speaking of which, looking at the clean, spacious room with all the necessary items before her, she asked hesitantly, are there any other rooms? There are only 2 rooms on the 3rd floor. None left on the 2nd floor. There are 2 on the 1st floor, but it would be quite noisy. Just as he mentioned noise, the sound of malicious car honking came from downstairs, followed by the footsteps of many people. A loud voice asked, I heard the wood element user you've been looking for has been found. A trace of annoyance flashed across Gu Pei's face. Helplessly, he said, that's the neighbor of our neighbor, and Kyan and his group from another villa district. They are the security team for this area and don't get along with us. Then a familiar voice sounded, Brother, I heard Miss Bian has arrived. That was Xiao Yun. If Xiao Yun was here, Hu Ichuan wasn't far behind. Bian Changxi and Gu Pei thought the same thing simultaneously. If she were on the 1st floor, Bian Changxi would have a headache just thinking about opening the door to deal with these people. She was also very puzzled. Am I that famous? Or are they just using it as an excuse to come over? You don't know how precious wood element users are in the base right now. every time one appears, they are fought over by various organizations and factions. Not to mention, you were already famous. But you don't need to pay attention to these people. Brother Chu Feng will handle it. At this moment, Aunt Zhao brought the water up. She also said, "Young Master Gu, Miss Bian, Vice Captain Chayo said Miss Bian doesn't need to go down. He will block those people." That was naturally for the best. After sending off Gu Pei and Aunt Zhao, Bian Changxi closed the door and carefully examined the layout of the room. This room was extremely large, containing a bed, a built-in wardrobe, a dressing table, and a TV wall. It had an attached bathroom, but the rest of the space was basically empty, enough for someone to roll around or run in. Opening the floor-to-ceiling window, outside was a large south-facing terrace that connected to the entire rooftop. Standing here and looking out, one could take in the lights of the buildings below. She was quite satisfied with this room. Coming to the base, she naturally needed to secure a fixed residence. If the historical trajectory didn't change too much, there were still more than 9 months before the Sioux City base collapsed under internal and external troubles, and the city fell. During this time, she naturally wanted to live comfortably and happily. Ordinary residential houses would have problems not only with environment and space, but also with electricity and hygiene. This kind of high-end villa, naturally, became her primary target. However, the Sioux City base followed a regional hierarchical management system. People were divided into classes, and their residential areas were graded accordingly. Just like in most apocalyptic novels, they were divided into grades A, B, C, D, or zones A, B, C, D. A villa area like this, if she wasn't mistaken, should count as a grade B zone, second only to the Central Administrative Management Area and important research institutes. Only high-ranking management personnel and people with background and ability could move in. If she had to struggle on her own to move in here, the daylilies would be cold by then. But to just leech off them here. Although she had mentally prepared herself to hug Gu Shu's thigh, wasn't this hugging it a bit too tight? She couldn't figure it out, so she stopped thinking about it. She called Milk, who was wandering around inspecting with his dirty paws, and entered the space together. Her vision blurred, it was much more comfortable than teleporting, and then her eyes brightened. Green grass, clear streams, dark soil. The air was fresh and crisp. Bathing in the sunlight, she took a deep breath and felt comfortable all over. Milk froze for a moment, then howled happily, jumped out of Bian Changxi's hand, and ran around joyfully. Bian Changxi smiled happily and went to check the chicken coop. After days of unremitting effort, the space had long been restored to its original appearance and was even a bit larger. The time flow was also closer to the outside world. Although her chickens, ducks, cows, and fish grew a bit slower, they were extremely healthy. The hens had resumed brooding. It was estimated that in no time, the first batch of chicks in the space would be born. The ducks had learned to swim in the stream and would return to their nests, to sleep when the time came. The mother cow mooed all day with the little calf, taking walks in the pasture and grazing on green grass, very leisurely. The little calf had grown a bit, which made Bian Changxi somewhat anxious. She hadn't had time to study the milk processing equipment, so she hadn't been able to drink fresh milk. Moreover, the cow's lactation period should be limited. Once the calf grew up, would the mother cow stop producing milk? And for the reproduction of the cows, she should probably get a bull in here, right? While thinking leisurely, she took clothes out of the warehouse, shooed Milk, that perverted beast who liked to peep, over to the chicken coop and stepped into the stream to bathe. After her manual excavation and mental intervention, the stream had developed a diversion phenomenon. It wasn't very obvious yet, but as the space leveled up, larger branches would form. She was washing in this small branch now. After all, even if the water was clean no matter how it was used, mixing water for farming, drinking, and bathing felt weird psychologically. She also planned to dig a few springs later to separate drinking, using, and washing water completely. Of course, once a house was built, it wouldn't be so troublesome. She looked at the second-story brick house under the faint sunlight, wondering what style she should build it in. Something like the villa would be quite nice. After bathing, she grabbed milk and washed him until he was fragrant and white. Then she sat down and ate something with him to pad her stomach. Looking at the black soil, she secretly planned to plant something next time she came in. Then she cleaned up and left the space. And then, 20 minutes inside meant 24.5 minutes had passed outside. She sat for a while, preparing to see if Gu Shu had returned, when there was a knock on the door. Aunt Zhao had arrived with a snack. Vice Captain Chio said you might be hungry. I served a bowl of cooked meat porridge. Would you like some, Miss Bian? Looking at that bowl of fragrant, hot porridge, Bian Changxi regretted eating just now. How could those cold things in packaging bags compare to this deliciousness? Fortunately, she hadn't eaten too much so she could sleep. She accepted it readily and took a sip. It tastes very good. Was this simmered for a long time? Captain Gu often comes back very late. When he returns, he doesn't like to eat rice, and he works late into the night. We always have to keep something ready in the kitchen. Only porridge can be kept for a long time and stays hot, and it's convenient to eat. Oh. So this porridge was Gu Shu's midnight snack. Bian Changxi asked, does he often come back very late? Captain Gu is very busy. For the past 2 months, he has worried his heart out for our Jiang City people. Because of him, almost all of us have houses to live in. We don't get bullied when registering accounts or doing tasks at the mercenary guild. We don't have to pay extra taxes when buying and selling in the trading market. We have connections for electricity and water. We don't have to worry about being discriminated against or isolated when leaving the base. Everyone is even more polite to people from Jiang City because of Captain Gu's name. Aunt Zhao's face was full of smiles and admiration as she spoke about this, chattering away. Miss Bian, you don't know. Large groups from other cities, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people, take a week just to process entry procedures. Before that, those with face sleep everywhere inside the base. Those without face can only lie outside the base like scattered survivors, accepting inspections one by one. Even after the procedures are done, the base just allocates a piece of land depending on the situation. You have to figure out how to build on it yourself. If you can't build a building, you have to pitch a tent and live like that. I heard there was a team that escaped from a backward mountain area, 6,000 or 7,000 people, completely destitute. They were given a piece of land outside the base wall to stay on. They stayed there for a month. Their leader ran to the administrative hall every day until his lips were worn out, but those people just wouldn't process it. She sighed. Speaking of which, land and resources in the base are limited. If Captain Gu wasn't capable, wouldn't Jiang City people be the same? He even applied for a good piece of land for us, saying he wants to build our own activity center. Bian Changxi looked speechlessly at this middle-aged auntie who had strangely become excited, secretly twitching her lips. Captain Gu really had infinite charm. Here was a senior loyal fan hiding in plain sight. However, she believed Gu Shu had done these things for the Jiang City people, but he wasn't from Jiang City himself and had no feelings for the place. There was really no need to go to such lengths. Saying he worried his heart out for these people, he wasn't a saint. She didn't believe it. It was probably to use these people as a foundation to achieve certain goals, such as power. She vaguely remembered that Gu Shu had left with a group of people just now, seemingly the so-called military police of the base. That was to accept interrogation and investigation. Was it because of her? But at least this showed one thing. Gu Shu didn't carry enough weight in the base yet. He was still only glorious on the surface, with obstacles everywhere underneath. After finishing the midnight snack, Bian Changxi spread the brand new bedding and pillows from the space on the large bed. She climbed up comfortably and lay down, letting out a satisfied sigh. Milk nestled on one side, lying on the pillow with all 4 legs spread out without any image, sighing just like her, his eyes squinting. She poked his face amusingly. You also think it's very comfortable, right? Go back to your master tomorrow. You'll have a big bed to sleep on every day. Woo woo. Milk moved over and rubbed his head affectionately against her neck. It tickled so much that Bian Changxi wanted to laugh. All right, sleep, sleep. Hurry up and rest. With that, she turned off the light. Although the night was quite cold, the human and the beast snuggled together, sleeping warmly under the fluffy air conditioning quilt. She didn't know how much time had passed when suddenly, in the silent night, a noise came from the corridor. Bian Changxi woke up with a start. She grabbed the fluorescent digital watch on the bedside table. It was 3:30 a.m. Phew. She sat up and scratched her hair. The sound seemed to have come from outside the door. She got out of bed barefoot, opened the door, and saw a small lamp lit in the corridor. A figure was walking downstairs with his back to her. She looked closely. Gushu. Gushu turned around and asked with a smile, "Did I wake you?" "You're back." She looked at him. He looked freshly washed. His hair was still wet. He was wearing a set of thin pajamas and holding a document in his hand, reading it as he walked just now. "You seemed to leave with the military police earlier. Are you okay?" Just asking some irrelevant questions. They only look majestic on the surface. They don't actually have much real power in their hands. Gushu asked, "Are you used to staying here?" "I like the room quite a bit, but there didn't seem to be any other empty rooms, so I came up and disturbed you. I'll go out and find a house myself tomorrow." Before, there was only hesitation, but now, facing each other in pajamas under the dim light in front of a bedroom door, it felt wrong no matter how she looked at it. Bian Changxi immediately decided in her heart that she should still find another house tomorrow and live out. So what if the house was worse? She could still decorate it to be warm and comfortable. Hearing this, Gushu paused. "If you live alone outside right now, there might be some trouble. Stay here for the time being. However, I sleep late at night. If you are worried about being affected and not sleeping well." How could that be? Actually, the soundproofing of this villa was very good. It was just that she had suddenly changed environments and was naturally very alert and sensitive. Plus, she had slept well before and after, so she had rested enough. That was why she was startled by that tiny bit of noise just now. Gushu smiled. "Then there's no problem. Just stay here with peace of mind." Bian Changxi stared blankly. Gushu looked very good when he smiled like that. Unlike his cold and resolute demeanor during the day, his face was exceptionally gentle right now, and his eyes were soft. The loungewear gave him an indescribable approachability, and even his snowy white teeth were pleasing to the eye. After staring, Bian Changxi realized she couldn't find words to object, or else it would seem like she was disliking him. Her eyes shifted. "I heard you've been working very hard recently." "I wouldn't call it hard. If I'm working hard just doing office work, what about those people who go out every day to find supplies and fight zombies?" Gushu leaned against the railing and took a sip from the cup in his right hand. His glowing face, indeed, showed no signs of hardship or staying up late. Actually, he had Bian Changxi's wood element energy to thank for this. That energy not only healed wounds well, but also seemed to have the effect of revitalizing the spirit. Gushu clearly felt his condition was much better than usual. He looked at Bian Changxi gently. "What about you? How have you been these past 2 months?" "Not bad. Traveling, fighting monsters. It was quite fulfilling." 2 months. Could she say she had only lived through a dozen days? Suddenly she froze. It seemed she should be a dead person. Standing here now, should she explain the reason? That day in the woods. I looked for you for a while and found I couldn't find you anywhere." Gushu interrupted her. "I thought you must have had a reason to leave. I didn't wait for you for long, nor did I send anyone out to search. Thinking back now, I'm very sorry. Do you blame me?" She completely didn't know how to respond. Okay. She secretly peeked at Gushu. Was this really the original version? He must have been swapped. Boss Gu, are you sure you're suited to say such, mushy words? Also, it was so strange. Shouldn't he ask about the cause and effect clearly? Didn't he suspect she had some special ability? After all, she disappeared suddenly. Or was there some situation at the time that she didn't know about? Cough, cough, how could I? I disappeared on my own first. How could I blame you? Her eyes shifted again, landing on the document in his hand. You still have work, right? I won't take up your time. She turned to go back to the bedroom. Just as she reached the door, suddenly, with a bang, the floor-to-ceiling window shattered violently. The curtains flew up as if tearing apart, and cold wind whistled in from the window. She subconsciously raised her arm to shield her face. Her left hand was already glowing, about to shoot out vines, but a force of incredible magnitude came from behind. She stumbled backward, and Gu Shu's figure was already blocking her front. Such speed! Milk also scrambled out of the quilt and flew toward the balcony like a white streak. Gu Shu glanced and said, "It's downstairs. Go take a look." The two arrived on the balcony. Gusts of hurricane wind were blowing upward from below, making it almost impossible to open one's eyes. Chiu Feng's voice rang out with cold anger. "Stop it, all of you." Xiao Yun replied, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to stop. This person was sneaking around in the middle of the night. There must be something wrong. I said I was just looking for someone. I didn't mean to offend you. You're the one who started fighting as soon as you came up." This voice. Bian Changxi shivered and shouted loudly, "Bian Quang." She grabbed Gu Shu. "It's my cousin." One side of the whirlwind seen below paused. A person responded with surprise, "Xiaozai." Before the voice fell, a figure was thrown out from that spot. Gu Shu's eyes sharpened. Xiao Yun, stop. He jumped straight down from the balcony, a fire chain shooting out from his hand. It wrapped around the figure and pulled him back, saving him from falling over the wall. Bian Changxi clicked her tongue watching Gu Shu land steadily. The third floor of this villa was equivalent to the fourth or fifth floor of a normal building. He jumped down like it was child's play. Although she grumbled inwardly, her hands weren't slow at all. A vine wrapped around the balcony railing, and she slid down, landing on the flat ground. As soon as she stood firm, she was embraced by a rushing figure. Her senses were filled with a hot chest full of sweat, hearing a thundering heartbeat and words incoherent with surprise. "Xiaozai, you scared me to death. They all said you died. I regretted it so much. Luckily, you're still alive." That's great, that's great." Stunned for a moment, Bian Changxi broke into a smile. However, this hug was really tight. She was about to suffocate. Let go, my bones are going to break." Bian Quang quickly let go and stared at her blankly. Bian Changxi looked up at him. The light wasn't very good. She could vaguely see that he was tanned and thinner. His handsome chestnut short hair was long and messy like a bird's nest. His bangs were nowhere to be found, and the flashy earring on his ear was gone. His eyes were bloodshot, but his gaze was shockingly bright. There was a complex helplessness of great joy and sorrow, and his tone even carried a bit of choking. "Why did you only arrive now? Did you encounter difficulties on the road? They all said you had perished. I really didn't know what to do. I really should have gone to the new district. Why didn't I go? If something happened to you, how would I explain it to second uncle and second aunt?" Xiaozai I. As he spoke, he actually grinned as if he was about to cry, and hugged Bian Changxi tightly again. This time, most of his weight pressed down on her. Bian Changxi was shocked. "Hey, don't be like this. He wasn't really going to cry, was he? Was it that scary?" She looked up and saw Gu Shu standing there, looking over with a slightly strange expression. For no reason, she felt her face burning. She lowered her voice and whispered in Bian Quang's ear, "Hey, people are watching." Can you not be like this? So embarrassing. Bian Quang seemed to hear her. He tried hard to pull himself together. Looking at her, he felt he was such a jerk for leaving her alone to suffer. Why have you gotten thinner again? Your complexion is so bad. Did you not eat well on the road? Must be. I saved a lot of good things for you. Food, daily necessities, all kinds of things. I've prepared a room for you. Come, let's go back quickly. Brother will make you delicious food. Who got thinner? Although the journey was hard, she ate and drank well and was very healthy. As for her complexion, that was from being scared by you. Bian Quang rambled on a whole bunch, pulling Bian Changxi to leave. Turning around, he realized there were people all around, all staring at them. He froze, finally coming back to his senses and realizing he was still on someone else's turf. And that display of true feelings just now had been seen by everyone. He also felt the temperature on his face wasn't quite right. He stood there rooted to the spot, not knowing what to say. Gu Shu walked over very considerately and said, "Hello, Bian Quang. Changxi arrived, and I forgot to have someone notify you, causing you to make a trip. I'm really sorry." He turned his head, his tone hardening a few degrees. "Xiao Yun, he's clearly an acquaintance, yet you still attacked. Why aren't you apologizing?" Xiao Yun dawdled over. "Who told him to climb the wall instead of using the main gate? Besides, I've only seen him once the few times he came before. How could I recognize him in the middle of the night?" Bian Quang coughed. Now knowing Bian Changxi was fine, his heart settled. Thinking back on what he did, he also felt embarrassed. He quickly said, "The main gate was lit, and there happened to be a patrol car in the distance, so I didn't dare show my face there. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble." He was just an ordinary civilian. If he was caught wandering outside, instead of staying home in the middle of the night, the consequences would be severe. Bian Changxi looked at them. "You know each other." Chu Feng came over and smiled. "Your cousin has been here several times. After coming and going, we can be considered acquaintances." "Oh." Bian Changxi looked at Bian Quang. "What did he come for?" "To ask for news about her." Bian Quang's face couldn't hold it together anymore. Wasn't he here to ask for news? The first time, he heard they had a good relationship with Bian Changxi, so he came to ask about the situation. The second time, after going back and compiling intelligence and being egged on by others, he practically came knocking on the door to demand an explanation. The third time, he really had no other way. With red eyes from not sleeping for days, he ran over to ask about the entire process of the incident, repeatedly asking if they were sure she was dead. The fourth time, he just wandered around aimlilitersely and drifted here. Gu Shu was good-tempered enough to welcome him in, and the two shared a lot of stories about Bian Changxi. Thinking about it now, it was truly embarrassing to the extreme. Fortunately, Bian Quang had also trained and matured. After a brief moment of embarrassment, he composed himself and offered a polite and dignified smile. "I was just a bit out of it because of what happened to you. I wanted to know more about what you went through, so I came by a few times. I caused quite a bit of trouble for team leader Gu, and I truly regret it. It was so humiliating." He would apologize to Changxi in private later. Saying it in front of everyone was just too much. Gu Shu added, "You were just worried sick about Changxi. I have a younger brother, so I understand how it feels to be an older brother." Bian Quang nodded emphatically, his opinion of team leader Gu instantly rising a notch. "Let's talk inside. Have your companion come in too. It's cold out here in the wind." Startled, Bian Quang whistled toward the wall outside. At the same time, Chu Feng personally went to open the gate, returning a moment later with a young man with wine-red hair. "Haha, Quangzai, you weren't tied up after all. I thought I'd have to bail you out of the administration office." He greeted Gu Shu, Chu Feng, Xiao Yun, and the others one by one before approaching Bian Changxi. "Quangzai's little sister, so you really are okay." "Quangzai has been going crazy, these past few days. If you hadn't shown up, he would have become the first brother in history to die of grief for his sister. Bian Quang made the introductions. This is my friend, Tofa. He's a speed type. I dragged him along because of his speed. Otherwise, I never would have made it here. He then asked Bian Changxi, Changxi, do you remember Tofa? We practically grew up together. Yeah, Tofa chimed in, leaning closer. When we were kids, the three of us, plus King Yang and Bai Hung, all played together. Now we're all here except for that kid Bai Hung, who's stuck in M country and can't come back. Bian Quang clamped a hand over his mouth. You talk too much. Bian Changxi's smile faltered for a moment, but she quickly acted as if she hadn't heard anything. She looked at Tofa. In her previous life, Tofa and Shu Qingyang were Bian Quang's only two best friends. They never abandoned him, even when he hit rock bottom. Later, when something happened to Bian Quang, they were the ones who found his body and brought it back. She felt immense gratitude and respect for them. Of course, I remember. They entered the villa, waking Gu Pei and Wu Dalang. Bian Changxi, Bian Quang, and Tofa felt a little embarrassed for causing such a commotion. Gu Shu had Auntie Zhao serve hot tea and pastries, then told everyone else to go back to sleep or do their own thing, leaving himself to entertain the guests as the host. Bian Quang asked Bian Changxi a few questions. When he learned that her safe return was largely thanks to Gu Shu, his respect and gratitude for the man rose another level. Then he said, now that we're reunited, you should come back with me. He turned to Gu Shu. Thank you for your trouble with my sister's affairs, team leader Gu. We will pay a formal visit tomorrow to express our gratitude, but for now, I'll take Changxi with me. Bian Changxi frowned slightly. Go back. To the Bian family. She had no such intention. Before she could speak, Gu Shu spoke first. As her brother and family, it's natural for you to want to take Changxi back. However, Changxi has done me a great service on our journey here, and she is an important member of our team. I believe I have the right and the need to weigh in on this matter. Seeing only surprise and no displeasure on Bian Changxi's face, and sensing her aversion to returning to the Bian family, he continued, on a public level, the Bian family has some issues with me, but Changxi is my partner. If she goes back, she might be caught in a difficult position. Furthermore, with her abilities, I doubt the Bian family would treat her as an ordinary family member. Your family is close to Deputy Commander Shu now. If the elders were to ask Changxi to serve Deputy Commander Shu, whose side would you be on? Bian Quang opened his mouth but said nothing. Gu Shu continued, across the entire base, Changxi is the most outstanding wood element user. Even setting aside our friendship, I would not let such a talent go. Therefore, as long as she herself does not agree, I will not allow anyone to take her from here. Both Bian Changxi and Bian Quang were slightly stunned. His words were forceful, and Bian Quang clearly recognized that Gu Shu was speaking in his capacity as the #1 leader from Jiang City. Gu Shu's tone softened. On a private level, I'm afraid the Bian family is not a suitable place for Changxi to live. Have you even asked her if she wants to go? Bian Quang froze and looked at Bian Changxi. Although Bian Changxi didn't want to embarrass Bian Quang in front of others, she had no choice but to shake her head. I'm fine here. Even if I leave, I'll get my own place and live by myself. I will not go back to the Bian family. She had the ability to be independent, so why would she rush back to a life of depending on others? Hadn't she had enough of that in her last life? She had originally planned to visit the Bian family to find Bian Quang. Now that he had come to her, there was no need for her to go there, and she had no desire to get involved with them again. Bian Quang's shoulders slumped. I was being inconsiderate. After a moment of disappointment, he frowned at Gu Shu. But speaking of which, this place is full of men. It's not convenient for a girl like Changxi. Also, what is her status here? One of your subordinates. It sounded like she would have no autonomy or freedom. Gu Shu smiled. She is my teammate. Just like Chu Feng and Xiao Yun, a true teammate. As for the inconvenience you mentioned. Hearing Gu Shu's first sentence, Bian Changxi was quite surprised. A true teammate. What did that mean? It meant she had earned Gu Shu's complete trust, that she was fully under his protection, treated like family. How had she earned such a thing? She had only saved Yingzi once, a debt that had already been repaid. Bian Quang and Tofa exchanged a shocked glance. How many people wanted to join Gu Shu's team? Gu Shu was a rising star in the Sioux City base. Rumor had it that he had a powerful background, and although that background was in the capital, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Hadn't he been fast-tracked ever since he entered the base, bringing hundreds of thousands of people from Jiang City with him to enjoy benefits others could only dream of? As people from Jiang City who hadn't arrived with the main group and whose superiors had some friction with Gu Shu, they felt this most keenly. Because they didn't get any of those benefits. To be associated with Gu Shu, to join his team, even as an outer member, meant a bright future and excellent treatment. His core team was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Everyone knew his core team consisted of only 6 people, including himself. One was his own brother, and the other 4 were comrades who had been through life and death with him for years. It was a bond forged in blood. It was like a degree. If you didn't have it, no matter how capable or ambitious you were, you could never obtain what wasn't yours. Yet now, he had casually welcomed Bian Changxi into the circle. Just what kind of relationship did they have? Since he had put it that way, Bian Quang was relieved. He was even happy. To get such a promise from Gu Shu, whatever the reason, was a huge deal. Gu Shu was famous for being a man of his word. He wouldn't make empty promises. This meant Changxi wouldn't have to worry about anything in the base. With that thought, he immediately said, the living situation isn't a big deal either. Everyone knows about team leader Gu's character and conduct. Besides, there's a housekeeper here. I'm sure Changxi won't be too inconvenienced. So Changxi, you'll stay here. Bian Changxi shot a look at her fickle, fast-changing cousin. He had just decided her fate in a few sentences. Since when was he so easy to talk to? I never had any objections in the first place. That's good, that's good. With the serious business settled, Bian Quang said enthusiastically, I'll bring over the things I prepared for you tomorrow. Do you have any plans? Since you just arrived at the base, how about I show you around? Bian Changxi thought for a moment, then turned to Gu Shu. Team leader Gu, do you have any instructions for me? Gu Shu couldn't help but find her formal address amusing. He held up a file in his hand. You just arrived, so you should relax. Unfortunately, I have a meeting first thing tomorrow morning and will be busy all day. I was just wondering who I could find to be your guide. That was perfect. Bian Quang and To Fa immediately started discussing where to take Bian Changxi. Seeing that he wasn't needed, Gu Shu stood up. Get some rest. Bian Quang and To Fa, you two can stay here for the night as well. Head back after sunrise. As soon as he left, To Fa eagerly asked, Quang Zai's sister, how did you meet this team leader Gu? He really values you. He nearly put the entire base on high alert looking for you among the new arrivals. Bian Quang pushed him aside. Changxi, what really happened? How did the rumor that you were dead start? Are you okay now? A warmth spread through Bian Changxi's heart, but then she remembered something and her face hardened. You're the one who should be explaining. Why didn't you come to the new district? Everyone was heading there, so why did you go somewhere else? Bian Quang's face fell. It was my old man. He got a call saying there was a particularly safe route to Sioux City base that would only take 5 days, and he believed it. He insisted our whole family take it, and even convinced To Fa's and King Yang's grandfathers and fathers. In the end, our 3 families set out with some other people. I didn't want to go at first, but the old man said the person on the phone specifically mentioned you and said we had to bring you. I even went to your apartment secretly, but you were already gone." He carefully watched Bian Changxi's expression. "The old man said that since we couldn't find you or contact you, maybe that person would call you directly, and we might meet on the road. So I thought about it and didn't go to the new district." Bian Changxi frowned. "Who was the person who called?" "I don't know. Probably one of the Bian family's business partners." The old man wasn't too sure which one. Bian Changxi pondered this. Boss Zhang had sent Zhang Jingang, likely at the very beginning of the apocalypse, or maybe even before. After the apocalypse began, her uncle also received a call, specifically telling him to bring her along. Was this a two-pronged attack, or were these plans from two different groups? P.S. The speed is okay, I'm here. I have to go out tomorrow, so I might be late again. I'll try my best to be on time. Please be gentle with me. Dears tilde u tilde, is your dad still in contact with that person? He was at first, but then he stopped. Bian Quang's expression suddenly tensed. He stopped contacting us right after you were confirmed dead. Changxi, that person was really after you. Yeah. Can you keep an eye out for me? He might contact you again. If you can't, then forget it, Bian Changxi said. Speaking of which, how was I confirmed dead? After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Gu Shu stopped looking for you, so people just assumed you were a goner. The three of them chatted until, before they knew it, the sky began to light. It wasn't yet the autumn equinox, so the days were still long and the nights short. The horizon was already turning white before 5 in the morning. Bian Changxi urged the two to get some sleep, as it was obvious they had been up all night. They dozed off on the sofa for a while. At 5:30, the curfew was lifted and people began to appear on the streets. They quickly straightened their clothes and went out. Changxi, I'm going to head back and get ready. I'll be back to pick you up in a bit. Bian Changxi thought for a moment. It's fine if you come later. I have a few things to take care of. I'll wait for you at the entrance to the villa district. After seeing them off, Bian Changxi went back to her room to wash up and change. She put on a set of dark, close-fitting clothes, a low-brimmed hat, and tall leather boots. A pure black pistol was holstered at her waist, a brand-new black backpack was on her back, and she held a gorgeous purple-red Tang Dao in her hand. Her steps were light but clear and steady as she slowly walked downstairs. Wu Dalang, who had already left his room and was maneuvering his wheelchair in the living room, looked up and froze. Miss Bian, your outfit. What? Is it inappropriate? Or are weapons not allowed on the streets? Wu Dalang shook his head. No, it's very heroic. You look great and it's appropriate. Although it was said that keeping a low profile helped one live longer, Bian Changxi's situation was different. She was now a quasi-celebrity and, rumor had it, a desperately needed high-end talent. In the apocalypse, many powerful factions and individuals acted without restraint. While Gu Shu could keep them in check to some extent, Bian Changxi's own strength was also crucial. That was why she had put together such a formidable look. There was a way to live low-key, and there was a way to live high-profile. Any method that could solve problems and avoid trouble was a good method. She wanted anyone who dared to have ideas about her to think twice. Wu Dalang's eyes landed on the sword, a look of amazement flashing within them. This sword is a masterpiece, isn't it? I don't know much about them, only that it's very useful. Bian Changxi handed the Tang Dao to him, took off her hat, and tossed her backpack onto the sofa. She sat down on the armrest next to him. How's your leg? Wu Dalang was stroking the cold, sharp blade, which seemed to exude a faint chill. He had the expression of a hunter who had found his prize. Most men loved weapons, especially those like him who dealt with blades and guns year-round, sometimes even entrusting their lives to the weapon in their hands. They had a deep emotional connection to such things. At her question, he paused and put the sword down. It's much better than it was at first. The wound has healed, but I still have to be careful when bending it. I've also lost feeling in some areas of my lower limbs. Let me see. Bian Changxi sent out a thin vine, wrapping it around his thigh to sense the condition. You've been having a wood element user treat it every day, right? Wu Dalang said, a little embarrassed. My leg was severely swollen back then, and the wound was festering. We saw many doctors to no avail. Only a wood element user could slow it down a bit. Bian Changxi nodded. That was expected. The Western doctors, including Lu Xiaoyang, all said amputation was the only option. The traditional Chinese doctors were even more useless. Other wood element users didn't help much either, Xiao Yun said, running down the stairs. Miss Bian, do you have a way to heal old Wu? Bian Changxi looked up. Qiu Feng and Xiao Yun had both come down, with Gu Shu walking behind them, also looking at her. She retracted the vine. There's a way, of course, but he. She looked at Wu Dalang, who understood immediately. Just call me Old Wu. Everyone does. Your name really is a bit of a mouthful, Bian Changxi muttered under her breath. Old Wu's leg, specifically his femur, still has the gap left by the spatial blade. Although it looks healed on the surface, and even an X-ray wouldn't show it, it's still there. If left untreated, it will become a huge hidden danger in the future. Gu Shu nodded. I can sense it too. How do we deal with it? Normally, with the right method, the gap could be worn away bit by bit every day. The problem is that it's been so long, it's become more troublesome. Also, it seems the wound was disturbed at some point, and the broken ends of the bone didn't align properly. Even though the bone was reset later, Old Wu's bone has already started to, she thought for a moment, grow crooked. Do you feel like the direction of force is strange when you bend your leg, and it's getting more and more difficult, even though the pain is lessening? Wu Dalang nodded repeatedly. She was even right about the wound being disturbed midway. The journey had been perilous. He couldn't help, but he couldn't always be a burden either. Once, the vehicle he was in was knocked over. It took a long time for everyone to regroup, and he endured the pain without saying anything. By the time Qiu Feng discovered it, it was already too late. They did find an old traditional Chinese doctor to reset the bone later. Seeing everyone looking at her, Bian Changxi continued, to heal this injury, his bone needs to be rebroken exactly as it was. At the same time, his physical condition isn't great. I need to nurse him back to peak condition every day. As for whether to break the bone first or nurse him first, I need to discuss it with a professional. We also need to study how to break it. Finally, to increase the success rate, I need to reach Tier 3 first. I'll be more confident then. I can't guarantee how long that will take. It could be a few days, or it could be a month or two. Advancing tiers was unpredictable. Some people advanced unexpectedly, while others died in the process. Of course, Bian Changxi wasn't that kind of rookie. She could feel that she was close to the threshold. What do you need me to do? Gu Shu asked. Bian Changxi had already thought it through. There are some things I want to consult Lu Xiaoyang about. Also, if possible, I'd like to meet Su Chenxi. Lu Xiaoyang is no problem, Qiu Feng said after a moment of thought. We can also arrange a meeting with Su Chenxi. Seeing their slight hesitation, Bian Changxi suddenly remembered that the Su family of Su City had a major feud with Gu Shu. Su Chenxi's surname was Su. Could he be from the Su family? It was very likely. Chu Shangjin was related to the Su family, and Su Chenxi worked by his side. She added, if it's too much trouble, we can find another person with a spatial blade. Even with the same ability, different people will have variations, Gu Shu said. This isn't difficult. There's no need to switch. Bian Changxi couldn't help but smile. That was Gu Shu, all right. He knew what she was up to. That's right, she wanted to study Su Chenxi's spatial blade, preferably by running a few experiments, to figure out how to neutralize that tricky, silent, and deadly weapon. After all that talk, Auntie Zhao had breakfast ready. Bian Changxi looked around. By the way, where's Yingzi? He hadn't shown up for the meal, and he had gone to bed early yesterday. Even the commotion Bian Quang caused hadn't woken him. She had a bad feeling. As expected, everyone's expression grew heavy. Gu Shu said, "I was hoping to tell you after breakfast, but..." "Come with me." Bian Changxi saw him in his room. She suddenly understood why, of all people, Wu Dalang was sharing the first floor with him. Wu Dalang had trouble moving, while Yingzi couldn't move at all. She saw a rigid, human-shaped figure on the bed. He was barely recognizable as human. His skin was a deathly purplish black, and a sour, rotten smell emanated from his body, like decaying flesh. He was poisoned when the mutant snake struck him that day. The flesh on his back rotted away, piece by piece. We had no choice but to cut away as much as had rotted, until there was no more flesh to cut. Gu Shu paused here, his jaw tight, as if he couldn't bear to describe it. Bian Changxi went closer to look. Yingzi was lying on his stomach. His ribs were completely exposed, and you could even see his internal organs. The little remaining skin and fat were twisted into lumps and strips, looking exceptionally gruesome. She knew he had been hit by the mutant snake back then, but she never imagined it would be this severe. We tried many methods. In the end, it was a combination of medicine and wood element abilities that barely stabilized him. But it wasn't long before the toxins spread throughout his body. The toxins rotting the flesh is one way for it to work. It then leaves the body with the decayed flesh. If you don't let it flow out, of course it can only spread inside the body, Bian Changxi said. Just then, Anan came in from outside. "Team leader Gu, Liang Ziyan is here." "Liang Ziyan?" Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow. The name sounded strangely familiar. The newcomer entered carrying a work bag, and it suddenly clicked. Wasn't this the leader of the team she had followed when she left school in her previous life? Unlike the stern, cold, and imposing man from her memory, this person was completely different. He had a humble smile on his face, greeting this person and bowing to that one. When he reached Gu Shu, he was the picture of reverence. He seemed to glance at Bian Changxi out of the corner of his eye. "Team leader Gu, should I treat Mr. Wu or Mr. Song first today?" Gu Pei had appeared by Bian Changxi's side at some point and whispered, "This guy is a Tier 2 wood element user." Brother Chiu Feng handpicked him to treat Brother Wu and Brother Yingzi. He also occasionally accompanies my brother to important and potentially dangerous events. Bian Changxi turned to look at him. Why was he telling her this specifically? Gu Pei looked at the man with the fawning smile and said through gritted teeth, "I can't stand this guy. He's always staring at my brother." Seeing everyone turn to look at her, Bian Changxi covered her mouth and waved her hands dismissively. She turned to glare at Gu Pei. "Seriously? It's not what I think it is, right?" Well, there were rumors in her past life that Liang Ziyan did indeed have certain inclinations. Gu Pei looked utterly dejected. He covered his mouth and leaned in to whisper, "My brother and the others are like gods. They have absolutely no concept of gay people. No matter how I hint at it, they don't get it. Can you help me see if I'm right?" Just then, Wu Dalang said, "I don't need any more treatment. P.S. Thank you, Angel Tilda Yinji, for the pink ticket. Thank you, I Love Ling Yang, for the pink ticket. Do you feel like you've been tricked? The content is a bit different from the title's meaning. B, does the plot feel a bit off track? I just kept writing happily, and this is where it went. It's probably a bit slow. I'll get back to the main plot next chapter." However, Bian Changxi said, "Go ahead with the treatment. I'll observe from the side to get a better understanding." Liang Ziyan glanced at her, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. After all, there were many unspoken rules among peers. Unless it was absolutely necessary or the person involved consented, an ability user of the same type was expected to step aside while another was working. Even the most unreasonable person had to abide by this unwritten rule in public. Liang Ziyan's opinion of the much-fabled Miss Bian instantly dropped a few notches. She was either acting spoiled because Gu Shu favored her, or she was ignorant of the rules. Unfortunately, both traits tended to lead to a short life. A barely perceptible smirk touched the corner of his lips. "All right." He sat down, opened his toolbox, and took out a pair of white, translucent gloves, which he put on. Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow. Gu Shu explained in a low voice, "This is the latest technology invented in the base. They're called energy-storing gloves. Wearing them can reduce the dissipation and waste of one's ability, increasing its efficiency." Of course, Bian Changxi knew they were energy-storing gloves. The problem was, these gloves weren't invented until about 1.5 years into the apocalypse. They were popular for a while before being phased out around the 2-year mark, because they were only meaningful for low-tier ability users. High-tier users naturally had their own methods to reduce energy waste, and the gloves were expensive. Low-tier users didn't have much savings, and even with the gloves, it didn't make much of a difference when powerful individuals were already everywhere. A gap was a gap. It couldn't be bridged by a pair of thin gloves. But these gloves had appeared now. First the communication devices, and now these gloves, useless in the later stages but highly sought after in the early days. That reborn person, or whatever they were, was certainly busy. After putting on the gloves, Liang Ziyan placed both hands on Wu Dalang's injured leg, hovering them gently above the wound. The translucent gloves began to glow with a green light. The light, focused by the gloves, became quite condensed. It covered the wound in wisps and slowly seeped in. His healing technique was nothing special. In fact, the healing techniques of all wood element users were more or less the same. When an ability awakened, the user seemed to inherit a basic understanding of how to use it. Of course, there were exceptions, and this knowledge was very fundamental. Only those with profound mastery and a unique understanding could develop their own style and methods. Bian Changxi's ability had been cut short in her previous life, so even after being reborn, she was far from reaching that level. Just by watching Liang Ziyan's superficial actions, she couldn't really gauge his depth. Xiaoyun couldn't stand the silence. Seeing that no one was talking, he couldn't help but ask, "Old Wu's leg was cut by a spatial blade. Can it really be healed? I heard that a spatial blade completely moves something from one space to another. Didn't old Wu just lose a chunk of his leg for nothing?" Liang Ziyan had just withdrawn his hands. Hearing the question, he first glanced at Bian Changxi again, clearly thinking she was the one who had put the idea in Xiaoyun's head. Otherwise, Xiaoyun wouldn't be asking questions he had never asked before. Unsure of what she might have said, he thought for a moment and replied humbly, "Wounds from a spatial blade are indeed more severe and complex, but they're not completely incurable. Although there's still a small gap in Mr. Wu's wound, with daily treatment like this, recovery is not impossible." So he also knows the nature of spatial blade wounds and can see the gap in Wu Dalang's leg. But he doesn't think it's as serious as I do. Is he just reporting the good news and hiding the bad, or does he lack the foresight to make a deeper judgment? Next, he went to check on Yingzi. The procedure was similar. Bian Changxi noticed that Qiu Feng first gave Yingzi an injection, and then Liang Ziyan simply infused energy into Yingzi's body. He was patching up this broken shell to make it more stable. In short, he was just buying time, not providing any real help. Of course, it couldn't be said that his efforts were useless. Without his mending, Yingzi wouldn't have even lasted until today. With the day's routine treatment finished, Liang Ziyan hesitated for a moment before asking Gu Shu to speak with him aside. Gu Pei's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Bian Changxi found it hilarious. Unable to resist his tugging, she also widened her eyes and followed them with her gaze. Well, Gu Shu is handsome. Standing by the main door in the morning light, his figure is tall and straight, his features resolute and striking. Although Liang Ziyan is also a rather handsome and masculine man, he can't hold a candle to Gu Shu. No matter how you look at it, there's no chemistry. She confidently told Gu Pei, even if the guy is interested, just look at them. Do they match? Your brother won't be bent, don't worry. After a pause, she muttered to herself, even if there was a chance, it would have to be with someone on Qiu Feng's level. Now that would be something to see. Gu Pei stared at her in shock. She threw up her hands. Pretend I didn't say that. Then she asked, by the way, let me ask you, who invented those energy-storing gloves? Gu Pei froze, his mood seeming to drop instantly. Then he forced a smile. A tech maniac. He not only invents things, but has also published many papers on the environmental changes in the world today. He's become the base's tech guru, a trendsetter for new theories. His name is Chu Ye. It really is. Bian Changxi gripped Gu Pei's shoulder. Which Chayu? Which Ye? Gu Shu finished his conversation with Liang Ziyan and sent him off. He turned around to see Bian Changxi and his younger brother huddled together, whispering and practically draped over each other. They were far too close. His long, narrow eyes narrowed. Changxi. Yes. Bian Changxi straightened up. What is it? Liang Ziyan just said that all things in nature have their counters. Folk remedies for snake bites often use herbs found near the venomous snake. Recently, someone discovered a nest of 5-flower snakes west of the base, and the area is full of colorful plants. He thinks we could try using those plants. What do you think? 5-flower snakes. 5-color grass. Wow, that Liang Ziyan is something else, stealing my lines. I was planning to bring this up myself. That 5-color grass has potent medicinal properties and is a specific cure for various snake venoms, including Yingzi's. But in my past life, that was only discovered after many people died from snake bites, prompting a large-scale search for an antidote. The 5-color grass was only confirmed as a cure for most snake venoms after countless materials were tested. No, this won't do. There are shadows of reborn people everywhere. This person seems to have foresight, that person seems suspicious. I can't live like this. Bian Changxi shoveled a few bites of breakfast into her mouth and left, feeling immense pressure. She arrived at the entrance of the villa district. Bian Quang hadn't arrived yet. The Bian family residence wasn't close, so it would take him some time. She didn't just wait around. She walked along the main road for a while and turned into an old residential area. The buildings here were mostly 4 or 5 stories high and showed their age. The roads were also in disrepair. Survivors in shabby but spirited-looking clothes moved in and out. When they saw Bian Changxi, their first glance was drawn to the cute little beast on her shoulder. The second glance was caught by the gun at her waist and the sword on her back, which scared them into wisely keeping their distance. This was the effect Bian Changxi wanted. Otherwise, a young single woman walking alone in this era, where all evils were unleashed, could have her story written into a saga of wits and courage. She walked for a while and found number 81, Dianzi Alley, a small, independent courtyard with a 2-story building inside. The building was U-shaped, with many rooms on both floors. At that moment, Chayo Zhai and Enran were hanging laundry. Chen Guanqing was carrying a pot to dump dirty water on a small vegetable patch before turning back to the kitchen. Chu Hao was picking small green vegetables by the patch with an old grandmother, chatting as they worked. Enran was the first to see Bian Changxi and cried out in pleasant surprise, "Sister Bian." The others saw her too and happily gathered around to open the gate for her. "Miss Bian, what are you doing here?" "I came to see how you all are doing." Last night, on Gu Shu's orders, Qiu Feng had arranged for Chu Hao and the others to be settled, while he took Bian Changxi back to the villa. The villa was not a shelter. Unidentified individuals were not allowed inside, so they certainly couldn't follow her back. They were temporarily housed in the Jiang City section. Qiu Feng didn't arrange for them to stay in some flashy but impractical apartment building. Instead, he had them move into number 81, Dianzi Alley, which was occupied by only 2 elderly people and a few young adults, with plenty of space to spare. The original residents were very kind, and the young people were mostly ability users with some strength. They wouldn't bully others and weren't afraid of being bullied. The empty rooms were intended for people of a similar nature. Chu Hao and the others were Bian Changxi's companions, so their character should be reliable. The proportion of ability users among them was also quite high, making them a suitable fit. And so, Chu Hao's group of 4, Chai Zhang's group of 6, one more was lost escaping the tunnel, and Baldi Qiang were all settled. They had just escaped death late last night, and hadn't even gotten their bearings in the base when they were taken away by a few swift and impartial people. Their hearts were pounding with uncertainty, but in the blink of an eye, they had a place to stay. Although 2 or 3 people had to squeeze into one room, they were moved to tears. Most importantly, they were given some supplies, and their neighbors were incredibly warm, asking after their well-being and expressing clear friendliness as soon as they arrived. For them, who had been struggling to survive and had just been betrayed by old Qian, this warmth and kindness felt like returning to the human world from hell. The atmosphere was wonderful. They understood that this was all thanks to Bian Changxi. Otherwise, they would have been grateful just to get through the base gates. Miss Bian, thank you so much. This place is really great. Nowadays, every household has to buy and carry water, but this small courtyard is so convenient. Think of those apartment buildings. The stairs would kill you. And this little vegetable patch, it's perfect for growing things. The yard is spacious, and there are plenty of rooms. Chu Hao listed the benefits one by one, and Chen Guanqing summarized for him. In short, we're so grateful. Please come in and sit. Bian Changxi smiled and walked in. Since she had started doing favors, she might as well see them through. They had come to the base through so much hardship, and a revolutionary friendship had been forged. There was no reason to just cut ties. Of course, she had to come and check on them. She patted Enron's head and habitually gave her a carton of milk. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Don't crowd around me. I'll just stay for a bit and then go. You all get back to what you were doing. P.S. Thank you, Red Wolf number 1, for the pink ticket. Thank you, Zhailong Sheazi, for the pink ticket. 2 new faces have appeared. To my new and old dears, please allow me to call you that. You are all so enthusiastic. Moi. I feel a bit off track. I apologize. Don't get annoyed and ask why there are so many reborn people. Besides Changxi, there's only one other reborn person in this book, Miss Wen. But she's an ambitious one, with a strong backer above and countless minions below. By creating all this misdirection, don't you all also find everyone suspicious? Changxi feels this even more so. The more confused Changxi is, the more securely the other person can sit behind the scenes. As I said, she's not fighting alone. Don't believe me? I'll see if I can bring her out for a spin soon. A hum. I got carried away again. Why do I talk so much? But at this moment, no one was willing to leave. Even the severely injured, Chai Zhang was helped out by Wu Xia. Chen Guanqing stopped washing his pot, brought out 2 stools from the house for Bian Changxi and the others to sit on, and then sat down himself. Miss Bian, where are you staying now? For now, in the villa district to the east. Oh. Everyone looked impressed and envious. Yesterday, they had learned from the others in the courtyard about the base's general zoning and class divisions. They naturally knew that the villa district was second tier. Their area, with its old buildings and large courtyards, was generally third-tier C district. Although it was only one level of difference, the B district was an existence that ordinary people like them could only look up to. Chen Guanqing added, "The person who brought us here yesterday said that we need to go to the ID card distribution office at the base entrance to get our ID cards today. The paperwork has been processed, but we still need to go in person to complete the procedure. I hear these ID cards are very difficult to get. We really don't know how to thank your friend." Bian Changxi said, "There's no need for all the thank yous." Right. I just wanted to ask, when we go out later, what's the best way to conduct ourselves?" He asked, looking at Bian Changxi's intimidating gear. Bian Changxi smiled. You all definitely shouldn't copy me. As newcomers, it's better to be low-key. Don't go looking for trouble. The base isn't lacking in powerful people, but what it has in abundance are ruthless people who act without a word. Be polite and yield to others first, but don't make yourselves too humble or you'll be looked down upon. You and Chu, how should be able to handle that well together? Everyone nodded. Bian Changxi didn't share any more of her experience. Although telling them some key rules would make things easier for them, some things were better learned through their own exploration. She didn't want to turn into a nagging old woman. After chatting for a while, Bian Changxi went to see Cheng Haijun. Bian Changxi wasn't sure what to do with Cheng Haijun. Fortunately, Chu Hao and the others had taken him in and were looking after him for her sake. As soon as he saw her, he asked with difficulty, Miss Bian, the people in the tunnel. It's still unclear, Bian Changxi said. Our team leader Gu from Jiang City went to a meeting about it this morning. The base will probably organize a team to eliminate that monster. Cheng Haijun fell into a stunned silence. Bian Changxi said, I owed you a favor. Your illness is relatively common in the base now, and the mortality rate isn't high. I'll find a way to treat it, and Chu Hao and the others will take you in. Don't think too much. As for anything else, she was powerless to help, nor would she expend the effort. Cheng Haijun had originally been with the main group, but due to conflicts within his own team, they got separated. He went through great hardship to reach the Jiandai tunnel, only to be framed by Joda. The men were taken away to study the infectivity of the strange disease, while the women, of course, suffered a worse fate. He had organized that team, but had accepted some unsavory characters. She had found it vexing at the time. It was a lesson learned, she supposed, that something bad had indeed happened. She went back outside and took out the supplies in several vehicles that everyone had left with her. She then insisted on giving Chu Hao the food and provisions for Cheng Haijun. Seeing that she had done everything she needed to do, Bian Changxi said her goodbyes. Chen Guanqing walked her to the gate. I haven't established a firm footing yet, and I have some trouble following me. It's not good for you all to be too close to me. If anyone asks about my situation, you don't need to embellish or hide anything. Just say what needs to be said. Chen Guanqing said, I understand. Chai Zhang suddenly came over and asked quietly, Miss Bian, if I want to find someone in the base, is there a shortcut? Bian Changxi paused. Who are you looking for? Are they famous or not? Do you want them to know you're looking, or do you want to keep it a secret? Chai Zhang was silent for a moment. That kind of person definitely isn't famous. And I don't want him to know I'm looking for him. Then you'll have to take it slow. Unless you have a way to get the base's list of residents and addresses, there's really no good way. Seeing him limp away, Chen Guanqing said, Baldi Qiang went out early this morning. As soon as he and Chai Zhang entered the base, they became very agitated. Chu Hao said they're looking for revenge. If we stick with them, we're bound to get into trouble sooner or later. Bian Changxi was silent. That was their own business. She had no obligation to worry about it for them. She left Dianzi Alley and returned to the entrance of the villa district. After a short wait, a dark gray, well-made, modified four-wheel drive vehicle pulled up. Bian Quang stuck his head out the window. Have you been waiting long? Get in. Bian Changxi opened the car door. Two people were already in the back seat. One was the red-haired To Fa, and the other was a scholarly-looking young man with glasses. He smiled at her. Changxi, long time no see. He was Shu Qingyang, Bian Quang's other best friend. Bian Changxi nodded and got into the car. Are all three of you wasting your time with me? Bian Quang started the car. Parking wasn't allowed here. Didn't he see the security team up ahead, looking like they were about to come over? He turned the steering wheel and said, Qingyang has some business at the mercenary hall, and I was planning to take you there to have a look anyway, so I had him come along. To Fa scoffed. Just keep making things up. Quang's sister, the truth is, Quangzai's little princess wanted to come along. When he said no, she just kept repeating that there was still space in the car and it would be a waste. I got annoyed and dragged Yangzai along. Seeing Bian Quang's glare, he quickly added, of course, it's also true that Yangzai has business to attend to. Bian Quang's little sister was, of course, Bian Wei. For some reason, To Fa, the playboy, was pleasant and gentle with any remotely attractive girl, but he kept the charming and lovely little princess at arm's length, even feeling some aversion to her. He had even argued with Bian Quang about it. Bian Changxi also disliked Bian Wei, but while she had been prickly right after her rebirth, she had been through enough to know the necessity of leaving some room for maneuver. At this moment, Bian Wei was still Bian Quang's beloved little sister. As a cousin, she really shouldn't comment too much. Seeing that Bian Changxi didn't say anything, Bian Quang breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Where should we go first?" Since King Yang has business to attend to, let's go to the Mercenary Hall first. The Mercenary Hall was located at the base of a skyscraper in the more central area of the base. The entire ground floor was the hall, with some VIP rooms and offices on the second floor. Bian Changxi stood downstairs, looking up at the magnificent entrance bustling with people. Bian Quang explained in detail in her ear, there are 3 main sources of income for living in the base. For ability users, the biggest one is taking on missions from the Mercenary Hall. The Mercenary Hall. Sounds a bit like a game, doesn't it? He said many places in this base were designed with inspiration from novels and games. The so-called Mercenary Hall is actually just a platform that centralizes mission posters and mission takers. It's not like we're actual mercenaries. To post or accept missions on this platform, we must first register. Then, whether the mission is successful or not, we have to pay a certain percentage as a handling fee. Once successful, you get the reward promised by the mission poster. You don't have to worry about the reward not being paid out. The Mercenary Hall is backed by the base's core management team, with a 1,000,000-strong army as powerful enforcers. No one has dared to challenge their authority yet. Bian Changxi was very familiar with all this, but she still listened very attentively, looking interested. The group of 4 walked into the hall as they talked. The space inside was huge and filled with people. Rolling screens displayed the names and rewards of various missions. Unclaimed missions were green, claimed ones were yellow, successful ones were removed, and failed ones were displayed in red with the number of failures marked in the top right corner. If you were interested in taking on such a mission, you could go to a self-service terminal for detailed information. Missions of different difficulty levels and reward tiers were manually sorted by staff and listed on different screens from left to right, making it easy for people to find missions suitable for them. Bian Quang continued, didn't Yangzai's family used to be in the clothing and jewelry business? After coming to the base, they learned that clothes made from certain special materials can have protective or enhancing effects for ability users. A month ago, his family got a business license and started making this new type of clothing. He's here now to post a mission to collect materials. Because the quantity is quite large, the handling fee is high, so he has to come in person to sign the agreement. Bian Changxi nodded. New types of clothing appeared a month ago. She increasingly felt like the whole world was evolving, while she alone was out of sync. This was wrong. In the normal course of events, there was a reason for things to appear at a certain time. They were either discovered by humans following natural laws or were products of desperation born from necessity. It was a process of survivors battling wits and courage against a harsh environment. But now, human development was being artificially advanced and accelerated. If people armed themselves with this technology from the beginning, without focusing on improving themselves, always thinking there was a way out, always shrinking into temporary stability, they would develop a dependency over time. Intellectually, martially, and mentally, what progress could there be? It was like a person who was supposed to go through storms, but before he could truly begin his training, he was constantly given this protection and that shield. It was very humane and something to be grateful for, but it wasn't a good thing in the long run. Such a huge change didn't seem like something one or two people could bring about. She suddenly felt a sense of weariness. Suddenly, she saw several missions to collect 5-color grass. Seeing To Fa go upstairs with Shu Qingyang, she pulled Bian Quang to a service terminal to check the details. These missions were posted by different factions and individuals, mostly anonymous, from 1 or 2 days ago until now. She didn't know if Gu Shu was among them. Could so many people have been poisoned by snakes? Bian Quang didn't know the situation either. She saw a man at the service desk registering to post a mission for 5-color grass. She walked over and asked, "Big brother, may I ask why you all want 5-color grass? Is it some kind of treasure?" The man saw a young, beautiful girl who clearly looked powerful, and his face broke into a wide smile. He answered, "I just heard this stuff can cure snake venom." If it can cure snake venom, it can probably ward off other poisonous bugs too, right? There are tons of those nasty things in the wild, so I figured I'd get some just in case. I was going to go myself, but it's a venomous snake nest. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Does everyone know about this? Not really. He thought back. Yesterday, I was wondering why my rival was secretly trying to buy this stuff. After asking around, I found out that people have been gathering this 5-color grass for a few days now. I was puzzled what kind of grass is so popular. It was only this morning that I heard about its effects. Now the news has spread. This morning, after Liang Zian told Gu Shu. Did Gu Shu spread the news? It was possible. Just as she was thinking, a voice sounded from behind her. "Young Master Bian." What a coincidence. Bian Changxi's body stiffened. She turned to look. A group of people was walking in from the main entrance. The man in the lead was dressed in a refined white shirt and black pants. His face was handsome and elegant, his figure tall and straight. He wore a pleasant smile that immediately gave off the impression of a gentle and scholarly young master. Bian Quang, who was standing behind Bian Changxi, immediately straightened his expression and his posture, revealing a reserved and polite smile. "Mr. Zhu, are you here on business as well?" The two men shook hands. Zhu Yunhwa gave a wry smile. "I'm just here to see if there are any suitable missions to take. Are you heading out of the city today?" "I'm very much looking forward to working with you again, young Master Bian." As he spoke, his light-colored eyes swept over to Bian Changxi. "And this is?" Bian Quang glanced at Bian Changxi, who gave a slight nod. Bian Quang then made the introduction. "This is my younger sister, Bian Changxi. She just arrived at the base yesterday, so I'm showing her around. Changxi, this is Mr. Zhu Yunhwa. He's a Tier 2 fire element user. Once, my small team was in danger in the wild, and if it weren't for Mr. Zhu passing by and lending a hand, we probably would have been dead. We even worked together once after that." "Is that so?" Bian Changxi's dark gaze lingered on Zhu Yunhwa for a moment before she smiled and extended her right hand. "Thank you, Mr. Zhu, for helping my brother. He may seem sharp, but he's actually quite careless. I'd be more at ease if he could get to know more capable people like you. If there's anything you need from me, Bian Changxi, please don't hesitate to ask." Zhu Yunhwa's hand lightly touched hers before immediately pulling away. The entire interaction was very gentlemanly, with no trace of abnormality in his expression or gaze. "I've long heard of Miss Bian's great name. I never expected you to be such a lovely and beautiful young lady." Bian Changxi felt a wave of nausea. "You're too kind." "You're a key general under Jiang City's team leader Gu. If I dared to casually call on you, I'm sure team leader Gu's wrath would fall upon my head before the next day, wouldn't it? I'll pay a formal visit when I have the chance. I hope Miss Bian won't have forgot me by then. I'll be waiting." As Bian Changxi spoke, her gaze shifted to the people behind Zhu Yunhwa. There were 3 of them. One was a familiar face, the last person she saw before she died. Xu Hong, the fire element user who had burned her to death. He looked much younger now, observing her with a curious and cautious expression. When he met her gaze, he gave a polite and awkward smile. This was how the weak reacted when they met the strong in these times. But what flashed in Bian Changxi's mind was his line, "Your ability is too useless," spoken with a tone of contempt and self-satisfaction. The second person was also no stranger. It was the very person she had been so suspicious of, Chu Yi. The tech maniac was still scribbling in a notebook even while walking, looking disheveled and muttering to himself. When he noticed the people in front of him had stopped, he said impatiently, "Are we going or not? Let's just get the mission and go back. I told you not to drag me out. What a waste of my time." Bian Changxi was surprised. She remembered Chu Yi and Zhu Yunhwa being classmates for many years, and they had maintained a good relationship after entering the workforce. Chu Yi himself had great admiration for Zhu Yunhwa and had always treated him with respect. She saw a flash of embarrassment cross Zhu Yunhwa's face. Although she shouldn't have, she felt a secret thrill. It seemed Zhu Yunhwa's team wasn't as harmonious as it was in her previous life. The third person, was a delicate and graceful woman. Bian Changxi paused. She didn't have much impression of this person. She seemed to be an employee from Zhu Yunhwa's former company, named When something. Strain. Where was Zhu Yunhwa's school junior? The one with the peculiar ability to sense treasures, whom Zhu Yunhwa had always kept by his side. Zhu Yunhwa led his people to the self-service terminal to look for missions. Bian Changxi was with Bian Quang and the others, but she was no longer listening to Bian Quang's incessant introductions and explanations. Her gaze secretly followed the group of four. Zhu Yunhwa was different from his past self. In her previous life, she had been in a wretched state when she met him, and he had appeared as a rescuer, not someone who would offer compliments and flattery like he was now. But this change was normal. After all, she had become capable herself. It didn't mean anything. The same logic applied to Xu Hong. The when-something person could be ignored. She remembered her as a vase-like character with very little presence. The strangest one was Chu Yi. He was a high IQ researcher with high emotional intelligence. He usually paid attention to his image, no matter how busy he was, and was quite artful in his interactions with people. Unless he was at a critical point in his research and had hit a bottleneck, he would rarely be so agitated and lose his composure. She frowned in thought. Unseen by anyone, when Mingli turned her head and looked at her coldly. Struggle. Agonize. When these familiar people appear in different ways, when their personalities and behaviors have changed, what will you rely on to judge who the reborn person is? And inside and outside the space, new technologies, theories, and production methods are coming from all sides, all factions, all groups. It's nearly impossible to trace them back to a single person. When you look up and see all these chaotic shadows, when everyone seems to have a connection to being reborn, how will you sort through the mess? From the beginning of her rebirth, she knew she had to use this advantage to achieve great things. At the same time, she was terrified that there were others like her in this world. She didn't think a meeting between two or more reborn people would be a touching scene. One mountain cannot hold two tigers, and one world does not need two reborn people. The resources of the future could only belong to her. So, she had long been prepared to eliminate any others she found. Her first suspect was Bian Changxi. After all, her own rebirth was triggered when a fragment of the jade bracelet hit her after a crazed Zhu Yunhwa had thrown it while they were all imprisoned. If her rebirth was the work of a single fragment, what about Bian Changxi, the owner of the bracelet? The existence of the jade bracelet was already incredible. It wouldn't be surprising if it had other powerful functions. So, on one hand, she plotted to take Bian Changxi's jade bracelet, and on the other, she was wary of her also being a reborn person. She had boss Sun send old Zhang. And at the same time, she used the last moments before the apocalypse to have boss Sun get a manufacturer who worked with the Bian family to call Bian Changxi's uncle and say those things. It was a two-pronged attack against Bian Changxi, and it was also designed to make things look complicated if she investigated later. And here, she had arrived at the Sioux City base early and made many preparations. She had even given up profits to others, sharing those new technologies. Of course, the most important things were kept in her own hands. Boss Sun also secretly controlled those people. The entire base was under their control, and they would guide its future. And no one would be able to trace the vine back to them. The only thing that hadn't gone smoothly was Bian Changxi. From all the signs, she was indeed reborn and had changed Gu Shu's fate. Bian Changxi herself was not scary. At most, she had a bracelet and a wood element ability. How big of a wave could she make? She was dedicated to cultivating powerful ability users and building an army of superweapons. If 10 people weren't enough, she'd use 100. If 100 weren't enough, she'd use 1,000. Even if she couldn't kill her, she could force her to hide in her bracelet for the rest of her life. The scary one was Gu Shu. Gu Shu was undoubtedly powerful. Even with all her foresight and resources, even with countless people under her command, she really couldn't say she could take down Gu Shu. Right now, he was just a fire element user, still in this small place called Sioux City and not yet in the capital, but he had already forced the big shots of Sioux City to concede repeatedly. When talks at the table failed, he dared to use his fists. He had fought in the arena several times in 2 months. Not to mention his terrifying future thunder ability, and that frustrating strong attract the strong effect. He was practically God's favorite. When Mingli bit her delicate lip, thinking resentfully, with Gu Shu around, no one could dream of surpassing him to become the leader, unless they left the capital in the future and built a base elsewhere. But where was safer than the capital? The Qinghai Tibet area. A handful of people. What was the point of being safe then? But before she was certain she could bring down Gu Shu, she didn't dare to provoke him. It was only boss Sun who didn't believe in taboos and made some moves in the base, but the results were really not good. Until the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, she couldn't hold back any longer. She went outside the base for a chance encounter. She had thought it through again and again, trying her best to imitate Bian Changxi's wretched situation from that year, but why did it still have no effect? She caught a fever for a few days and got an ability, but it turned out to be a useless space type. Even later, when she intentionally or unintentionally ran into Gu Shu, his eyes were always ice cold. He noticed her, yes, but with a deeper suspicion than he had for ordinary people. How on earth did this man's brain work? So suspicious and paranoid, not magnanimous or confident at all. If it were anyone else, what would be the harm in letting a suspicious person get close? Especially a beauty like her. A little fling wouldn't have cost him anything. It was his fault she didn't get a single chance. No wonder a man so devoid of romantic sense would be outshone by Zhu Yunhwa. When Ming Li's face unconsciously darkened, Zhu Yunhwa noticed. "Little Wen, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" When Ming Li was startled and was about to shake her head when she suddenly felt a gaze fall on her. She seized the opportunity and said weakly, "I probably caught a cold last night. My stomach is a little upset. Boss, I'm sorry to trouble you." "Don't talk about trouble. It was my oversight. We're done here anyway, let's go back first." Xu Hong quickly said, "That's right, Ming Li, you're our big warehouse. You have to be okay. Do you need me to help you?" When Ming Li nearly ground her teeth to dust. This idiot. No wonder a Tier 8 user could be dragged down by a Tier 6 Bian Changxi to be his death cushion. She smiled and shook her head. "It's okay, let's go." Bian Changxi watched when Ming Li's retreating back thoughtfully. "Big warehouse. A space type. I remember this Miss Wen didn't have an ability. P.S. Thank you, ZJJ213, for the sachet. You've spent too much, dear. I'm so happy this book has become your favorite among apocalypse novels. I'm so tired. This chapter took a long time, but it's finally up. I find my credibility is getting lower and lower. I promised a second update at 9, but I really couldn't make it. I don't want to just slap something together. How about we change it to 10 o'clock? Tilde tilde ooh tilde tilde, when Mingli stepped out of the mercenary hall, quietly clutching her chest. Had she let any flaws show? The thought made her flare up with irritation. Even if she had been discovered, so what? Was she supposed to be afraid of that woman? She looked back at the bright, bustling hall, unable to suppress her anger. Originally, she had planned to use those front-facing people to quietly buy up all the 5-colored grass. In half a month, before the weather turned bitterly cold, there would be a wave of venomous snakes and insects, causing countless casualties. 5-colored grass would become a hot commodity, and she had planned to make a fortune. But just after Liang Zian revealed the grass's use to Gushu, the news had spread within a mere hour or two. Not only had it spread, but many people were now rushing to collect it. Gushu must have done something. With her grand plan ruined, when Mingli felt as if she'd been punched in the chest. She was beyond frustrated. If she had known, she wouldn't have let Liang Zian tell Gushu. No good deed goes unpunished. She forgot that she had taken this step primarily to help Liang Zian gain Gushu's attention and infiltrate his inner circle. After all, in her past life, Liang Zian had been a significant figure in the Sioux City base. His wood element was leagues ahead of Bian Changxi's. She didn't believe Bian Changxi could remain the sole star on Gushu's side. She also forgot that even if Liang Zian hadn't mentioned it, there was still Bian Changxi. Others might not know the effects of 5-colored grass, but how could Bian Changxi not know? Meanwhile, Bian Changxi brooded for a moment before her mind cleared. Fine, let there be another reborn person. As long as they didn't target her, she didn't care. Only those who tried to step on her or trap her were enemies. At her current level, a reborn person might not dare to act recklessly, and a non-reborn person wouldn't necessarily be peaceful either. So what if they had a bit of foresight? To put it bluntly, she had already changed the fates of several people, and the other party had introduced numerous advanced technologies. The trajectory of history had long since shifted. So-called foresight wasn't that useful anymore. At most, they knew she had a space, so what? Instead of worrying here, it was better to spend her time and energy on making herself stronger. Only through strength could she face any demon or ghost without fear. Once she reached this conclusion, looking at the screen full of tasks no longer felt irritating. She began to truly browse the text. Besides the many requests for 5-colored grass, there were people asking for Tier 2 chipmunk teeth, mutant pheasant feathers and meat, and mutant mammal pelts. Some were calling for teams to go to towns far outside the base to find supplies. Others wanted specific herbs growing in certain mountains, and some even offered vast resources for a specific brand of bathtub or a specific brand of sports car. The ones at the end were definitely the wealthy elite. Bian Changxi noticed that she happened to have that sports car. She had scavenged it from a garage in Longyue town. It was still in near-mint condition. The price offered was 5 Tier 2 white cores. She asked Bian Quang, how is this price? She didn't have a clear memory of the purchasing power of crystal cores at this stage. 1 Tier 3 crystal core equals 10 Tier 2s, which equals 100 Tier 1s. The exchange rate between colored cores and white cores of the same tier is 1 to 3, Bian Quang explained. Currently, a healthy adult working in the base earns between half a core to 2 white cores a day. You earn more outside the base, but usually no more than 4 or 5. Ability users are stronger, and since they need cores for cultivation, there are very few cores circulating on the market. Their purchasing power is quite high. Put it this way, 1 Tier 1 white core can buy 8 pounds of rice, or 12 pounds of water produced by a water user, or 2 decent sets of clothes, or 2 nights in a basic inn, or 10 days rent for a 5 square meter shack. Chu Hao added what he knew of the market. It's different from prices before the apocalypse. Whatever is rare and important is expensive. Food and drink prices have been rising steadily without dropping. Oh, the most expensive things are weapons. A single handgun is said to sell for several Tier 2 white cores. He looked at the car request and shook his head. There are car rental shops in the base. Those without cars rent them, and those with cars use practical ones. Right now, fuel is more expensive than the car itself. Naturally, car prices have plummeted, especially for a sports car like this that guzzles gas and can't take a hit. This guy must be a pampered rich kid. He thought for a moment and added, To Fa seems to have this kind of car. He has a whole row of sports cars and complains every day that they're just taking up space. He was planning to melt them down for steel. These 5 Tier 2 cores are easy money for him. I'll tell him later. The To family used to be distributors for famous foreign car brands. Bian Changxi silently swallowed the rest of her words. Bian Quang started picking out tasks for himself. Hey, this task to hunt mutant piglets looks good. Bian Changxi went over to look. Someone wanted 2 mutant piglets, the smaller the better, ideally newborns. The reward for 2 was 70 Tier 1 white cores. Bian Quang explained, to hunt a piglet, you have to get past its mother. A nursing mutant sow is incredibly fierce. One charge can kill a person. If you're unlucky, you might run into a whole herd. Then it's a toss-up whether the humans are hunting the pigs or the pigs are hunting the humans. That's why the reward is high. This is likely someone trying to test the waters for a mutant meat business. 2 piglets would only weigh about 20 pounds, though mutant pigs would be heavier. 70 Tier 1 white cores was indeed a high price, but it was all hazard pay. And that's not all. To get mutant pigs, you can't just wander the mountains. I know there's a pig farm on the edge of a small town nearby. There are definitely mutant pigs there. And while we're at the town, we can scavenge for supplies along the way. Aside from the 2 piglets, everything we find on the trip belongs to us. Actually, I've been wanting to check that place out for a while. Bian Quang spoke with excitement. Do you know Shaozai? The base is gritty. Every time you enter, you have to hand over 30% of the supplies you're carrying. They don't care how much you took out, but they calculate based on what you bring back. The first time we left the base, To Fa was so worried about being short on supplies that he lugged out bags and bags of his treasures. In the end, we didn't find much, and he didn't use his stuff up, so he brought it all back. Guess what? A huge chunk was confiscated. He was practically wailing on the ground. Who was crying? A suppressed roar came as a figure rushed over, lunging onto Bian Quang's back and locking him in a headlock. You big mouse. You talk too much and never tell the truth. See if I don't sew your mouth shut. The two began a small scuffle. The security guards in the hall glanced over several times. Shu Qingyang, walking up behind them, cleared his throat. Watch your behavior. Do you want to be invited to drink foot-washing water? Bian Changxi burst out laughing. With water resources so scarce, they didn't even say invited for tea anymore. The treatment had been downgraded to drinking foot-washing water. The two quickly separated and straightened their clothes. To Fa, not wanting to be outdone, complained to Bian Changxi. That time, Qingzai also lost a lot of good stuff. Guess what happened the next day? He left the base with nothing and came back with a sack of disgusting, squashed little toads. He insisted on following the rules and dumped the toads right onto the rice and flour they had confiscated. He got a beating for that and spent 2 days in the detention center. Bian Quang quickly said, I was in a bad mood then, and those people were indeed too barbaric. It was infuriating. He quickly steered the topic back. But leaving the city with a task is different. Every time you accept a task, you get a voucher with the date and task name. With this voucher, the percentage of supplies you have to hand over when entering the base is reduced. The harder the task, the less you pay. This is the base's way of encouraging the development of a private mercenary market. Bian Changxi's tone was cool. Oh, so you often take tasks just to do private, business, and evade taxes. This guy actually dared to mess with the soldiers guarding the base gates. To put it bluntly, those men were killers who wouldn't blink an eye. The gate guards weren't pushovers. If they weren't ruthless, they couldn't keep order. Hey. Bian Quang rubbed his head. I want to take this task. What do you guys think? Tofa shrugged. I can't help much. Asking me is pointless. He wasn't an ability user. Hanging around the city walls was fine, but going far was out of the question. Shu Qingyang shook his cigarette pack. I'm just destined to handle paperwork and run errands. Signing one little agreement cost me 3 cigarettes. Help me get more of these. I'll buy them from you at market price. Seeing how unreliable the two were, Bian Changxi asked, Is that town dangerous? How sure are you that you can come back in one piece? Only Xiao Zai cares about me. You really are my sister, Bian Quang said, touched to the point of fake tears. I've been to that town. It's not very dangerous, and there aren't many zombies. I'm confident. Tell me before you go. If I have time, I'll go with you. Bian Quang went to pay a small processing fee and accepted the task, returning with a voucher. A voucher was valid for 3 days, meaning the task had to be completed within that time, or it would be marked as a failure. Not only would the processing fee be forfeited, but he would also have to pay a breach of contract penalty of 5% of the reward. Since a task taken by one person couldn't be taken by others, failing to complete it was considered a waste of everyone's time. Although Bian Changxi already had the ID card Qiu Feng gave her and could register, she figured Gu Shu would likely have things for her to do tomorrow, so there was no rush. The 4 of them drove away. The outing lasted until noon. Bian Quang wanted to take Bian Changxi to a restaurant run by the Bian family for lunch, but she refused, so he drove her straight back to the villa area. General vehicles weren't allowed into the villa area. Bian Changxi took out her ID card and swiped it at the security booth at the entrance. Once confirmed as a resident, she was allowed to bring people and vehicles inside. When they reached the villa, Bian Quang didn't drive in, but To Fa drove a truck rumbling inside, startling Anan, who had come to open the gate. Bian Quang said grandly, The inside is full of supplies. Brother, see where we can stack them. Should we move them now, or just park the truck in the garage? It's just a bit inconvenient to get things out of the truck. Nan was shocked. Miss Bian, you went out and bought all this. Bian Changxi rubbed her forehead helplessly. My brother gave it to me. By the time they finished unloading and saw Bian Quang off, lunchtime had already passed. Gu Shu, Qiu Feng, and Xiao Yun were all out, each busy with their own affairs. Gu Pei was also absent. The only ones left in the villa were the mobility-impaired Wu Dalang and Shadow, along with Anan and Auntie Zhao, who were responsible for their care. Bian Changxi ate the meal Auntie Zhao had saved for her alone at the dining table. She chatted briefly with Wu Dalang and spoke for a while with Shadow, who was now awake and lying on his stomach on the bed to sunbathe. Then she pulled Anan aside and called in 2 of the guards from outside the villa. Under her direction, the 3 of them set up a massive tarpaulin in a corner of the villa's courtyard, next to the gazebo. That patch of land had originally been for flowers and plants. Although the vegetation had been cleared, the soil layer remained. The 4 of them grabbed hoes and began to sweat profusely under the shade of the tarpaulin, tilling the earth. Once the soil was loosened, Bian Changxi spread yellow earth over it. Anan watched as handfuls of yellow earth appeared out of thin air from her hands, his eyes widening. Miss Bian. Yes, I'm also a space user. I saw that many parts of the base are under construction, and I thought this kind of soil was suitable for planting, so I bought a truckload. Don't just stand there, help me level the soil. In truth, the clothes she wore this morning and the weapons she carried weren't originally from the villa. People as smart as Gu Shu must have realized it at the time. She had even prepared herself to be questioned, at which point she would grandly declare that she was a dual-element user. Pretty impressive, right? As it turned out, not a single one of them had asked. It was quite a letdown. The four of them quickly prepared the land. Bian Changxi took out seeds and asked them to help plant. Seeing this, Auntie Zhao was both happy and uneasy. Miss Bian is going to grow vegetables. I was just thinking it was a waste not to plant something on such a large plot of land. But Captain Gu and the others don't seem to like it much, and young Master Xiao Yun often likes to whip up winds everywhere. Thinking of Xiao Yun's occasional hobby of acting out, Bian Changxi was also somewhat speechless. She had asked Bian Quang why he had gotten into a fight with Xiao Yun as soon as he arrived early this morning. According to him, Xiao Yun had recognized him. It was precisely because he recognized Bian Quang as a fellow wind user that he immediately attacked. A wind user who likes to whip up gales would naturally find it satisfying to trade gusts with another wind user. She said, "It's fine. I'll explain it to Captain Gu. This plot isn't just for vegetables. It's also my training ground." Training? I went to the plantation today and met a few wood users there. Bian Changxi sighed inwardly. Wood users who farmed, all had potential for control-type abilities, yet they had all become farmers. She had always wanted to practice in the direction of control. It hadn't been convenient on the road, but now that she was settled, she had to start. It would also help her level up. After thinking it over and visiting the plantation, though she hadn't entered the greenhouses, just wandered the open areas, she still found many wood users. She decided to start with farming, specifically by controlling the growth and development of ordinary plants. Auntie Zhao's eyes lit up, her cleaning rag moving back and forth in her left hand. I heard those wood users can greatly speed up the ripening of crops and make them grow exceptionally well. Miss Bian is so capable, you must be even better than them. Does that mean we can eat fresh vegetables every day? It was no wonder she was excited. Everything in the kitchen was fine. Electricity, liquefied gas, all kinds of equipment, and there was no shortage of ingredients. However, there were far too few fresh fruits and vegetables. She was grateful to Captain Gu for picking her out from a crowd of ragged refugees. She had first worked in the main kitchen and then passed several rounds of selection to work in the villa. Not only had her quality of life improved immensely, but she had also later awakened a strength ability. It felt like she had boarded a lucky train, so she desperately wanted to repay them. The only thing she could do was make the food delicious, but without vegetables, a daily diet of frozen meat, dry goods, and flour became greasy and tiresome no matter how well it was prepared. Of course, people delivered vegetables, but they were mostly the base's primary produce: cabbage, potatoes, and radishes. The residents were either busy or injured, and none of them were particularly picky about food. No one would go out of their way to arrange for rare and delicious fruits and vegetables. Auntie Zhao, lacking her ideal ingredients, fretted over the cooking every day. If Bian Changxi could grow things in large quantities, it would be like having a vegetable garden right at their doorstep, with fresh produce to pick every day. In her excitement, Auntie Zhao immediately tossed aside her rag and crouched down to help. "Miss Bian, let me help you. What do these three men know about farming? Miss Bian, what are you planting?" Gu Shu walked in with Lu Xiaoyang and saw Bian Changxi and Auntie Zhao unceremoniously sprawled over the newly turned earth. Beside them, Anan and the other two were each clutching a bottle of soda, not daring to drink. "Captain Gu." They quickly stood straight and greeted him. Bian Changxi, her hands in the soil as she sensed the seeds, looked up and said, "I'm clearing this land to plant some things. I need to explore some new abilities. You don't mind, do you?" "Of course not. I'll tell Xiao Yun to be careful later," Gu Shu said. "Dr. Lu is here. As for Su Chensi, Chiu Feng will probably bring her over tonight. You two talk. I still have some things to attend to." "All right, go ahead then." Gu Shu took 2 steps, then stopped. "The 5-colored grass will arrive today. We'll use it to treat shadow. You see. Bian Changxi understood his meaning. Since Liang Ziyan suggested it, let him do it. I'll watch from the side. Gu Shu naturally trusted Bian Changxi more, both in character and ability. He had received treatment from both of them and felt their energies. In terms of quantity, the difference wasn't obvious. They were both Tier 2, but in terms of the fine manipulation of energy flow and the efficiency of treatment, there was a vast gap. Bian Changxi was experienced and efficient. Her energy was steady, broad, and flexible, with a powerful inclusiveness. She was undoubtedly more reassuring. He actually preferred her to perform the procedure, but having her watch from the side was just as good. I might not be back in time. I'm counting on you for everything. Where are you going? Jiandai Tunnel. I need to make a trip there, Gu Shu said as he hurried upstairs. Shortly after, he came down carrying a bag. His driver and assistant were waiting outside the villa, which showed that the bag contained something very important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to fetch it himself. Bian Changxi frowned slightly as she watched his retreating back. Not having a spatial storage device was too inconvenient. So many technologies had appeared now. She had even heard that prototypes for spatial detection instruments had surfaced, yet there was no sign of spatial storage devices. Was the technical requirement too high, or was it intentional? After all, the emergence of spatial containers would be a massive blow to space users. She invited Lu Xiaoyang to sit under the terrace. It's a lot of trouble to ask you to make a trip in this heat, so I won't beat around the bush. I asked you here because I want to heal Wu Dalang's leg, and I have some things to consult you about. Yes, Captain Gu mentioned it on the way here. Lu Xiaoyang still felt quite amazed, looking at the person before him. He and Bian Changxi were on reasonably good terms. He knew the background of the incident at Longyue town that had caused such a stir. He had thought she was dead, so her appearance was shocking, but seeing her natural and calm expression, he felt it was only right. She really was a miraculous girl. You were the first to see Wu Dalang's leg, and you've surely examined it during this time, so you must understand his physical condition. I plan to break his leg again exactly as it was, returning it to its original state, and then I will set the bones bit by bit. But breaking a leg involves heavy bleeding and intense pain, which will have a significant impact on the body. I want to ask for your professional opinion. Can he handle it in his current state? If he can't, and he goes into shock or something, does our current medical level have a way to handle it? Lu Xiaoyang also turned solemn. It needs to be broken again. When the accident happened, Mr. Wu only needed a few bags of saline. He was conscious from beginning to end. I must say his constitution is very strong. But after all these days, edema, infection, and gangrene have all appeared. His body is no longer what it was. The tendons, nerves, and circulation in that leg have all been damaged. If you say you want to break it again, I'm afraid it's risky. Bian Changxi frowned. She had ways to condition Wu Dalang's body, but it would take a lot of time, and the longer they waited, the more serious the problem with his leg would become. She wanted to break the leg first, treating it while letting it grow back correctly. By the time she reached Tier 3, it would be mostly healed, and she could perform a final, major treatment. But as Lu Xiaoyang said, if Wu Dalang couldn't handle it and medical technology couldn't stop the complications, she couldn't do it that way. She explained her thoughts to Lu Xiaoyang. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's get an old Chinese medicine doctor to help Mr. Wu with herbal supplements. Combined with your wood ability, the conditioning speed should increase. Then that's the only way." With the main business finished, Lu Xiaoyang asked, "When will Miss Bian have time to visit the medical department?" There are over 1,000 cases there, all of whom contracted a strange illness around the Mid-Autumn Festival. We can only stall for time. We have no way to treat the root cause. Bian Changxi thought of Cheng Haijun's appearance and said, "I will definitely go to the medical department." Not today, though. I have to solve Shadow's problem first. Maybe tomorrow. Lu Xiaoyang sighed. Our people from Jiang City have been in the base for so long. First, we fought for legal status, then for land and housing, internal management, and external coordination, dealing with all sorts of overt and covert difficulties. We haven't had a moment's peace. Just as we were mostly finished, a strange rain fell from the sky, and countless people collapsed at once, consuming immense manpower and resources. Up until now, there hasn't been much development. Oh. Bian Changxi was surprised. You mean we've fallen behind? We're basically living off our reserves. Only a scattered few go out on tasks. Lu Xiaoyang nodded heavily. Most of our understanding of the outside world comes from what others say. As for abilities, there's very little improvement. If Captain Gu weren't a rare Tier 3, people would think Jiang City has no one left. Even as a doctor, I hear people complaining every day that we're in a state of hibernation. I only hope that once this busy period passes, Captain Gu can lead the people out to interact more with the outside environment. Bian Changxi stiffened. She heard a hint of dissatisfaction in Lu Xiaoyang's words. This was clearly a complaint that Gu Shu was focusing too much on internal construction and maneuvering within the base while neglecting to go out and develop their overall strength, putting the cart before the horse. Bian Changxi was stunned for a moment, then flared up with anger. These people actually had the nerve to complain. If it weren't for Gu Shu, their food, clothing, housing, and transportation would all be problems. No one knew better than she did how terrible the situation of the Jiang City people had been in her past life. Chu Shangjin was someone without courage, and who Ich Wan spent all day sucking up to the base's top leaders. How many of them truly considered and fought for the people? Back then, the people of Jiang City were no better off than those from the mountain regions who were currently being blocked outside the base, homeless and hungry, living in tents. In fact, because there were so many people, the number of heinous crimes occurring daily was countless. It was nothing like today. From what she had seen in the area she visited, the atmosphere was good and the environment was peaceful. Life was almost like it had been before the apocalypse. Was a leader only considered excellent if they ignored internal livelihood issues and spent all day leading people to fight outside, only to return to a place where there wasn't even a spot to eat or sleep? What was even more ridiculous was that Gu Shu had organized the environment, status, and opportunities so that the Jiang City people were no different from the base's locals. If you wanted to develop, couldn't you organize your own trips? Did Gu Shu have to lead every single person? She had never heard of a leader who provided food and drink and also had to manage every single team's earnings every day. Utterly absurd. Seeing Bian Changxi's cold face, Lu Xiaoyang seemed to realize he had said the wrong thing. He quickly added, "Everyone knows Captain Gu and the others work hard." Actually, the people saying these things are mostly those who can't get what they want. Sour grapes, you know. But when it's spread enough, everyone starts to have some doubts. People who can't get what they want. Bian Changxi curled her lip, thinking of something. Are you referring to people like the Bian family, who are also from Jiang City but didn't receive the same treatment? Gu Shu had mentioned once that the Bian family had a grievance against him. A financial giant like the Bian family, from before the apocalypse, would have some influence in both military and political circles. They were doing quite well for themselves in the base. They had separated from the main group to act on their own and establish their own household upon arrival, so naturally, they felt superior. But Gu Shu had allowed ordinary Jiang City people to live decent lives as well, so that sense of superiority vanished. Instead, there was a feeling of resentment, that he was giving vast amounts of wealth and resources to those lowly people instead of them. She knew her uncle quite well. So, was that the root of the dissatisfaction? Lu Xiaoyang remained silent and didn't respond. Bian Changxi found it laughable. What was even more ridiculous was that some people were actually being incited. Didn't she see that even someone as relatively non-confrontational as Lu Xiaoyang felt Gu Shu was doing something wrong? Her expression was cool, and she no longer had the pleasant face she usually showed Lu Xiaoyang. Actually, I understand. Those below look to those above for guidance. Gu Shu and his team have never organized a major operation to leave the base, so everyone lacks confidence in the outside world. When fewer people go out, morale is low and the harvest is small. They don't dare to set foot in dangerous places. Over time, they naturally appear weak, and others will talk. Ultimately, it's a matter of setting a trend. Lu Xiaoyang wanted to say that Gu Shu also held a large amount of resources in his hands to do other things in the base, but Bian Changxi concluded. However, things must be done step by step. Once Gu Shu has settled the affairs in the base, he will naturally go out. I'm just afraid that by then, people's strength won't be able to keep up, and they'll say he's not being considerate of the public again. Lu Xiaoyang sighed inwardly. Bian Changxi's words were full of defense for Gu Shu. If he said anything more, it would only invite further dissatisfaction. He stood up to take his leave, thinking gloomily. Old chief, I've done my best. Gu Shu's team, not to mention the people who were already there, even this Bian Changxi, who just arrived yesterday, is a tough nut to crack. Their cohesion is extremely strong, and they are very supportive of Gu Shu. I can't find a single opening. In truth, he wasn't the type to gossip or sow discord. He was actually quite satisfied with Gu Shu. The lack of development in Jiang City was surely only temporary. With Gu Shu's decisive nature, once he had a free hand to march into the outside world, it would no longer be an era dominated solely by the base's assault and field troops. Within the base, the entire market share would be overturned. If his former superior, Hu Ichuan, hadn't come to him, he wouldn't have spoken to Bian Changxi. As expected, he returned empty-handed. Far from making Bian Changxi doubt Gu Shu's ability, he felt he had only made them more united and ready to face a common enemy. Didn't he see the fire in Bian Changxi's eyes? After he left, he felt a sense of relief. By doing this, the last bit of friendship with Hu Ichuan was exhausted. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about these political maneuvers and could just focus on his medical work. Once the guest was gone, Bian Changxi sat in her chair, her face still cool. Wu Dalang rolled out in his wheelchair and smiled. Miss Bian, there's no need to worry about such things. Rumors and slander are common. They can be as significant or as trivial as you make them. As you said, once the captain achieves something, those people will have nothing left to say. He had heard the two of them discussing his situation from inside the villa, but he hadn't made a sound. Since he had entrusted his leg to Bian Changxi, he wouldn't question any of her decisions. Actually, he was quite surprised and moved. As soon as Lu Xiaoyang spoke, he knew what he was going to say. Those people had run out of ideas, so Bian Changxi was naturally a target as soon as she arrived. But he hadn't expected that before any direct confrontation, they would come to speak ill of Gu Shu. It was truly a case of harming others without benefiting themselves. But Bian Changxi's complete defense of Gu Shu was quite unexpected. Many people said Gu Shu was only powerful within the base, but had never produced any combat results to speak of. Otherwise, Zhu Yiming's previous attitude wouldn't have been like that. Gu Shu had his own strategies for advancing and retreating, and didn't need to explain them to everyone. If people called him a coward or said he was only interested in power, so be it. The truth would eventually be proven. But having someone speak up for him was always heartening. Bian Changxi didn't respond. Instead, she sighed. I was wrong. I made a mistake. What? That truckload of supplies, Bian Changxi said, turning to him. The one Bian Quang sent. I shouldn't have accepted it. Wu Dalang understood immediately. Bian Quang was the eldest grandson of the Bian family's main branch and held quite a bit of weight. His sending things to Bian Changxi, to those who knew, it was a cousin giving a gift to his sister. To those who didn't, it might look like Gu Shu was stingy and incompetent, so much so that his subordinates needed relief from others. And from the rival Bian family, no less. Even if it wasn't framed that way, there was still a sense of benefactor and recipient. Bian Changxi sighed. The Bian family and Gu Shu were at odds. Gu Shu himself had mentioned it. How could she have been so careless? She had gone out and hung around with Bian Quang, which made her stance look wavering. Bian Quang hadn't thought it through either. It was fine for them to have a good relationship as cousins, but since they were in opposing camps, they needed to be careful. Gu Shu having her stay in the villa was likely also to avoid certain troubles. Wu Dalang consoled her, this won't cause any trouble. As long as the captain doesn't mind, what can others say? In his heart, he also felt Bian Quang hadn't considered things carefully. If you wanted to be good to your sister, why not send some easily portable crystal cores? Sending a truckload of supplies in broad daylight for everyone to see, rumors aside, what would the rest of the Bian family think? Even if you said these supplies were your private property, were you living separately now? In a large family, there was no clear division of this is yours, and that is mine. It would eventually become a point of contention, and in the end, the one who would be embarrassed would likely be Bian Changxi. Bian Changxi was frustrated for a moment, then pushed it to the back of her mind and ran to her new vegetable patch to sense the pulse of those seeds. Lu Xiaoyang was efficient. He soon personally brought over an old Chinese medicine doctor. The doctor examined Wu Dalang and wrote a prescription. Ainan went to the pharmacy to get the medicine. Before he even returned, the Chiao brothers were back. They came roaring in by car. As soon as he got out, Xiaoyun laughed. "We got it. We got it. Those multicolored snakes are so disgusting, all slimy. I need a bath." Several people carried a box from the car. When opened, it contained a pile of multicolored plants with thick, long compound leaves, emitting a pungent, spicy smell. Chiu Feng had Auntie Zhao bring out a basin and fill it with water. Liang Ziyan rolled up his sleeves, put on rubber gloves, and began washing the plants. He warned everyone, don't break the skin. The liquid that leaks out is poisonous. The sun was still very strong. He looked around and directed everyone to move the basin under the tarpaulin. Auntie Zhao was about to say that things were planted there, but with a flick of Bian Changxi's hand, 2 red sunshades stood on the ground. "Set these up. The sun is quite scorching." Chiu Feng glanced at her and had the shades set up. He crouched down to fiddle with the 5-colored grass. "Is this grass used directly like this? Crush it into juice and drink it directly. After that, boil it. The residue can also be used to wipe the body," Liang Ziyan said with a smile. But his words were strange. How much should be crushed? How many times should it be drunk? How long after should it be boiled, and in what concentration? Which residue was he referring to, the crushed kind or the boiled kind? Liang Ziyan was smiling, but he was cursing inwardly. The note that person had given him only had those few lines, saying that details would be provided later. But when he went to find that person today, they were nowhere to be found. He even suspected he had been tricked. But since the Chiao brothers had personally led people to pick the herbs in a harrowing mission, he couldn't very well say he didn't know how to use them once they were here, could he? Now he could only take it one step at a time. Even if something went wrong, he was a wood user and should be able to control it in time. He said apologetically, "Isn't Chinese medicine always like this? I only saw this 5-colored grass for the first time today, so I'm not entirely sure about the usage." Chiu Feng's face wasn't very good. However, although Liang Ziyan had suggested the grass, he had indeed made it clear yesterday that he had only heard about its potential use. How could they expect him to know the exact dosage and usage immediately? It was a dead horse as a living horse situation, a last resort. His elegant brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the strangely shaped leaves and the corrosive mucus at the brakes. He secretly worried that this trial would yield bad results. Right now, Shadow was even less capable of handling a setback than old Wu. Chiu Feng asked Bian Changxi, "Miss Bian, what do you think?" Bian Changxi replied, I've never seen this kind of plant before. We must be extremely cautious in its use. Mr. Liang's words make sense, but in my opinion, we shouldn't ingest it first. Didn't he say the residue can be used to wipe the body? Let's try that first to see if there's any effect. She looked at Liang Ziyan and thought to herself, this man is ill-prepared. It was the final moment, yet he didn't seem to know how to use the five-colored grass. This either meant that its effects were truly something he'd only heard through the grapevine and then guessed at, or he had come prepared, but something had changed and he hadn't received all the information. Otherwise, since five-colored grass was highly toxic and Shadow's condition was dire, one mistake could mean instant death. Liang Ziyan wouldn't even be able to walk out of the villa gates. The risk was enormous. He wouldn't have recommended this to Gu Shu without some guarantee. Of course, there was also the possibility that the guy was playing dumb to make it look more realistic. But looking at the hidden panic and forced composure in his eyes, that didn't seem to be the case. Qiu Feng thought her suggestion was reasonable, but as for the residue, he said, crush one part and boil another. Keep both the juice and the residue. We'll have to test them one by one. Miss Bian, please help us. Bian Changxi helped process the grass. Meanwhile, Qiu Feng consulted the old Chinese medicine doctor who hadn't left yet, but the doctor didn't have any definitive or constructive advice. Finally, with everything ready, Qiu Feng, Xiaoyun, and Liang Ziyan went to Shadow's bedroom. Ainan assisted, while Bian Changxi watched from the side to help if needed. Wu Dalang sat in his wheelchair by the door, watching with concern. Qiu Feng took charge and first applied the boiled residue to the back of Shadow's hand. The hand was already a shiny dark purple. If this color was the snake venom, one could only imagine how much toxin had accumulated in Shadow's body. When the residue was applied, there was no reaction. When asked, Shadow replied in a voice that was nearly regressed and extremely slurred. Cold. The residue was warm, yet Shadow felt cold. It was working. Qiu Feng then applied it to his entire arm. The yellowish mush smeared on the blackish-blue arm was quite unsightly. Everyone held their breath and waited. They keenly noticed that the yellow color on the residue gradually faded, as if it were being absorbed by the skin. Two muffled groans came from Shadow's throat. Itchy. It really is working, Liang Ziyan said with surprise and joy. This residue has been boiled to mush, and the essence has been lost. Let's use the other residue. The effect will surely be better. The other residue referred to the crushed kind. Qiu Feng looked at Bian Changxi. She said, even the boiled mush has such an effect. To be safe, the crushed residue should be rinsed with water to dilute its medicinal properties. Liang Ziyan frowned. If they did it bit by bit like this, when would they see results and cure him? At this rate, they wouldn't even be able to drink the medicinal juice today. The man on the bed was nothing to him. He was naturally only anxious to see immediate results, ideally a miraculous cure where one bowl would fix everything, to demonstrate his significant contribution. Qiu Feng, however, strongly agreed with Bian Changxi's view. The one thing they didn't lack was time. Safety was paramount. Ainan and Bian Changxi placed a bowl of crushed residue in white gauze and rinsed it repeatedly with clean water. Finally, when the green color was almost invisible, they took it out. Liang Ziyan said in a low voice, Miss Bian, you're being too careful. I'm afraid the water you used for rinsing has more potency than this residue. At this rate, when will Mr. Song be out of danger? Bian Changxi said as if realizing something, that's a good point. If external application works, we can also make a medicinal solution for Shadow to soak in. She added, I still don't agree with ingesting it. All medicine is part poison, let alone this strange mutant plant. Five-colored grass was actually a poisonous herb. Its primary function was to neutralize snake venom. In common terms, it was using poison to fight poison. Therefore, crushing it for juice to drink was actually the most effective method. However, Shadow's sensitive reaction just now was due to two things. First, the toxin concentration in his body was extremely high, so even a tiny bit of antitoxin could be easily absorbed. And second, his body was at its limit and was protesting. Thus, they could only take a mild and conservative approach with external application. This method would likely take 1 or 2 months and would be difficult to cure completely, but it was the safest. The 5-colored grass would penetrate from outside the body, and if anything went wrong, it could be washed off at any time. If it were in his stomach, gastric lavage would take a long time and might not even work. Qiu Feng nodded repeatedly. He pulled back the covers and applied the residue from Shadow's arm all the way to his back. Bian Changxi warned, careful, don't apply it where the flesh is too thin. Liang Ziyan nodded. Right, it's not good to be too close to the internal organs. Seeing that Qiu Feng indeed prioritized safety and caution above all else, he knew he could only agree. Regardless, the credit for saving him would still be his. As he spoke, he walked to the head of the bed, seemingly unintentionally pushing Bian Changxi back. He put on gloves and checked Shadow's condition. Yes, Mr. Song's condition is stable. Bian Changxi stood aside, not bothering to argue with him. But just then, Shadow suddenly began to convulse, and the black shadows all over his body seemed to surge. Bian Changxi tensed. Clear it off. She picked up a basin of clean water from the floor and splashed it over him. The basin of water washed away the substances on Shadow and also drenched Liang Ziyan. He flinched, but his hand was gripped tightly by Shadow in an unconscious grasp. He couldn't break free. A blackish-blue liquid seeped from under Shadow's skin, and when it landed on Liang Ziyan's hand, there was a sizzling sound of corrosion. Liang Ziyan's face turned pale with horror. He quickly used wood energy to heal himself while struggling to free his hand. Bian Changxi pressed her hand onto Shadow's arm, her energy transferring over. Instantly, she saw the dense, restless green dots boiling within his body. Whenever someone was infected by external viruses or toxins, there would be these green things in the victim's body. She had felt them when she treated Gu Shu, and in the bodies of those turning into zombies, there were black dots. She had completely figured out this pattern. She could determine the severity of the injury by the shape and number of the green dots. The green dots in Shadow's body were large and menacing, clashing and surging violently as if they felt an external threat and were rising up to resist. Bian Changxi quickly used her energy to soothe these things. As her green energy flow passed through, the green dots shifted their attention. Then, the green flow rapidly expanded, wrapping around the green dots one by one like silk ribbons, dispersing and isolating them, Firmalilitursi suppressing them in fixed small spaces. The white light on the green flow had a freezing effect, making the green dots lose their momentum as if they were frozen. Externally, this manifested as Shadow gradually calming down. Bian Changxi withdrew her hand. Her palm was covered in the sticky blackish-blue toxin, making it blurry and emitting wisps of vapor. Ainan immediately handed her a wet towel. As she wiped her hand, she said, "This toxin is very powerful. It even knows how to counterattack." It seems the dosage was still too high. Qiu Feng was also greatly shocked. He hurried to ask the panting Shadow, "How do you feel?" Shadow couldn't speak, but his spirit had been jolted awake a bit. He shook his head, indicating he could still hold on. Qiu Feng nodded and said to Bian Changxi, "It seems we need to find another way." He glanced at Liang Ziyan, his gaze somewhat cold. He had seen clearly how Liang Ziyan had only cared about saving himself just now, forcefully prying at Shadow's fingers without regard for whether he would be injured. This behavior undoubtedly caused Qiu Feng to write him off completely. Liang Ziyan felt uneasy and guilty under that gaze. It was a sudden, terrifying situation. His reaction had been purely instinctive. He couldn't be blamed for that, could he? Who could blame him when that toxic water was as terrifying as boiling oil? Deputy Captain Chayo. Mr. Liang must be tired after running back and forth with us. Why don't you go back and rest? Shadow can't undergo any more tests for now. I'll have someone call you when needed. Liang Xian's face turned deathly pale. Looking around, everyone's eyes were cold and disapproving. He struggled for a moment, but still forced a smile. All right, then I'll come back tomorrow. In a building nearby, when Mingli watched through binoculars as Liang Xian walked out of the villa, looking dejected. She knew he had failed. Useless thing. Just because I didn't explain it clearly to him, he actually got kicked out like that. Liang Xian wasn't one of her people, and she hadn't planned to place her own people around Gu Shu. Gu Shu and his team were all sharp-eyed. One mistake would reveal them. It wasn't that she was worried about an informant's safety, but rather that she was afraid they would follow the trail back to her. She had originally wanted to place people among Gu Shu's colleagues, but who knew that Gu Shu wouldn't follow the path of his past life at all? All her arrangements had gone to waste. However, after Liang Xian was chosen by Qiu Feng and could get close to Gu Shu, she had taken notice of him. After Bian Changxi arrived at the base, she had revealed the 5-colored grass to him in a very subtle and indirect way. Even if Liang Xian were valued by Gu Shu, she wouldn't benefit, but Bian Changxi would be unhappy, and that was enough. It was a classic case of harming others without benefiting herself, and it hadn't even succeeded. When Mingli pouted, "How annoying." Had Bian Changxi become so capable this time? Liang Xian's level was already above average. Could it be that he still couldn't compare to her? A thick, muscular man's arm wrapped around her slender waist. Why get upset over such a small matter? A mere pawn, if he's useless, he's useless. If you're really unhappy, should I send Shaoan over? He's much more capable. No way. Shaoan is someone I kept for you, brother son. How could I give him to someone else? Even if he pushed Bian Changxi down, it wouldn't be worth it. Shaoan was Gu Shu's chief physician in the past life, the only wood user to reach Tier 9 in the 7 years of the apocalypse, with the ability to nearly bring the dead back to life. When she first saw him a month ago, she thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. She had brought him back and treated him like a treasure, giving him whatever he wanted. He had already reached Tier 3 yesterday. That speed truly lived up to her cultivation. The brother's son behind her laughed heartily. Why would I need a wood user? Who could possibly hurt me? Of course, brother son is wise and mighty, but one must still be careful. In the future, when brother son goes out to do business, I'll feel much more at ease with a top-tier wood user by your side. Haha, I'll do as you say. Having such a thoughtful person like you is truly the blessing of my past life, Sun Buchun. When Mingli smiled shyly and leaned against Sun Buchun's shoulder. Being able to return to brother Sun's side, is that not also Mingli's blessing? She checked the time. Oh, it's already so late. I have to go back. Sun Buchun's face darkened with dissatisfaction. Go back for what? What kind of future can a young brat like Ju Yunhwa have, with neither looks nor talent? Following him around is just exhausting and a complete waste of time. Now that it's impossible for Bian Changxi to be with him, don't go back. Come stay with me. These words made when Mingli feel very comforted, but she still said, not yet. I still want to see how far Bian Changxi has progressed and whether I can still get the bracelet. She seems a bit suspicious of me. If I act unusually now, she'll be able to confirm her suspicions in an instant. It's better not to invite unnecessary trouble. Speaking of suspicion, Gu Shu suddenly spread the news about the 5-colored grass. Could he also suspect that someone is trying to use it? She suddenly asked. After all, we told those people to secretly buy and collect it. We've cleared ourselves, but those people didn't cover their tracks well. It's relatively easy to see a problem. Yes, the more it's like this, the less we can rush. He must be secretly observing who moved. Whoever moved is the culprit. It seems we have to give up on the 5-colored grass. That's all we can do. Sun Buchun suddenly narrowed his eyes, took the binoculars, and looked in one direction. That person. When Mingli looked as well. There were many people below. Brother Sun, who is it? An old acquaintance. I didn't expect him to get out of prison, Sun Buchun murmured. In the street below, a burly, bald man nearly 2 meters tall was walking toward his residence with a dark face. After searching all day, he hadn't even touched a hair of Sun Buchun. How could this be? If he couldn't find that beast, what was the point of all the hardships he'd endured to reach this base? Urgent and frustrated, he clenched his fist and smashed it against a wall. A deep crater appeared instantly. Pedestrians nearby were startled and looked at him with awe and fear, quickly detouring around him. Guantu Qiang pursed his lips and walked back in silence. The result of Bian Changxi and Qiu Feng's discussion was to take some of Shadow's blood and test it with the 5-colored grass juice to find the right ratio, then calculate a rough dosage. After most of the afternoon and a bit of the night, they finally reached a conclusion. Xiaoyun, who had been watching anxiously, said excitedly, "Then it's decided, medicinal bath treatment. We just need to add this many drops of 5-colored grass juice to the bathwater." "Should we start now?" Bian Changxi asked, "How is Shadow's condition?" "About the same as before the medication during the day." "I'll go check again." Bian Changxi carefully confirmed that the green toxin dots in Shadow's body were calm, so she agreed to start the bath now. The sooner they started, the sooner Shadow would get better. They placed Shadow in a large bath barrel. After 10 minutes, the water in the barrel turned slightly pale. Faint green strands seeped into his body, and after a moment, black water like filth permeated from his body, tinting the water a dark hue. During this time, Shadow didn't have any violent reactions. Everyone was very encouraged. This showed that the method was effective. Bian Changxi checked Shadow's hand and said with a wry smile, "There's almost no change. I suppose the amount expelled is too small." Qiu Feng appeared optimistic. "Many small amounts make a large one. As long as it's not like before, where nothing could be expelled at all, it's good." Once Shadow was settled, everyone was exhausted. They were mentally strained and tired. Qiu Feng and Xiaoyun, who had traveled so far to the snake den to pick herbs, had consumed a lot of physical and mental energy. Just as they were about to rest, someone arrived. Auntie Zhao brought in a woman with a heroic appearance, but a weary complexion. "Deputy Captain Chayo, Miss Bian, Miss Su is here." Su Chenxi was quite serious and cold toward everyone, but she appeared somewhat agitated when she saw Wu Dalang. She bowed. "I'm sorry. I said I would come as soon as it got dark, but there were too many people at home, and I couldn't get away until now. Is Mr. Wu's leg injury any better?" Wu Dalang nodded somewhat unnaturally and had Ainan push him back to his room. Su Chen's face fell, and the others saw it but said nothing. Bian Changxi stepped forward and said, "Actually, the person who wanted to see Miss Su this time was me. Why don't we sit in the gazebo outside?" Su Chenxi said sincerely, "It would be my honor." Bian Changxi talked with her for a long time, explaining Wu Dalang's condition and her own thoughts. Upon hearing that Wu Dalang's bone had grown crooked and needed to be broken again, the disciplined and silent girl let out a low cry. "It's that serious?" She frowned and thought for a long time, then looked up and asked, "If it really must be broken again, how do you plan to do it?" Bian Changxi said, "The wound must align perfectly with the current one. Otherwise, the crooked part will stay crooked, and it will be pointless. Moreover, it must be very clean. Breaking it by force is absolutely out of the question. It must cause the least damage. Wu Dalang's leg is already severely damaged and cannot withstand any more terrible trauma. I want to achieve this through an ability, specifically a wind blade." Su Chenxi was silent for a moment, then said, "Could it be me?" She was somewhat eager to express her thoughts. "First, I was the one who caused the injury, so I know exactly where it is. It would be easy for me to replicate the same cut. Second, in terms of precision, a wind blade is far inferior to a space blade. Third," her voice lowered, sounding a bit uncertain, "I've made some progress recently. My space blade can already be very, very thin. It might not be thinner than a hair as you said, but I think it's close. Do you think I can do it? Bian Changxi looked at her and fell into thought. Su Chengxi was indeed a member of the Su family. It was said that she was the cousin-aunt of Su Tian, the most outstanding of the younger generation. She had a higher seniority and a powerful ability, so she was highly valued. Because she had injured Wu Dalang, she felt very guilty. When she first arrived at the base, she came here every day to visit and brought many supplements, although none were ever accepted. The Su family's dislike of Gu Shu and the others was also related to this. Their own elder was siding with an outsider. How could that outsider be liked? In terms of character, Su Chengxi was good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so guilty after being ordered to injure Wu Dalang and Gu Shu. She didn't need to put on an act. Her concern and guilt were her genuine reactions and feelings. In terms of strength, as a space user with a large space and an early developing space blade, she was definitely a top-tier talent. It was far more beneficial to be on good terms with such a person than to be enemies. As for using a space blade to treat the wound again, if Su Chengxi was telling the truth, it was worth a try, given her other two advantages. After a long while, Bian Changxi said, I can't decide this. I have to ask Gu Shu and Wu Dalang himself. I'll go talk to them. She hurriedly stood up. Bian Changxi raised her hand to stop her. No rush, no rush. The leg won't be broken right now. It's better to talk to Gu Shu first. If you approach Wu Dalang like this, I'm 80% sure he'll refuse. It was also to let Gu Shu evaluate her first, to see if Su Chengxi was sincere or just acting, and to analyze the pros and cons of refusing versus accepting. Gu Shu had a sharp eye and a sharp mind. She would leave this to him. Bian Changxi's eyes flickered slightly. If Gu Shu agreed, then the relationship between Su Chengxi and the villa would be one step closer, and she could try to do that thing. She saw Su Chengxi out. The woman had snuck out alone. Someone who could teleport could always escape and hide easily, so there was no need to escort her. Watching her disappear into the night, Bian Changxi looked back at the space blade wounds left on various equipment and even animal skin, flesh, and bone. She sighed. There were more experiments to be done. The main purpose of finding Su Chengxi was to obtain these specimens. She needed to experiment on how to most effectively eliminate the void left by a space blade. Although she had successfully healed Gu Shu when he was cut in the chest, the subject, the injured part, and the time were all different. Wu Dalang's wound spanned the entire leg bone, so she had to be much more cautious. Gu Shu didn't object to this. The next day, he probably met Su Chengxi personally and nodded his agreement upon his return. Of course, that was later. Tonight, he still returned very late, again after midnight. At that time, Bian Changxi was still leaning on the balcony, looking at the dark starry sky and wondering about something. She saw him the moment he walked in alone. They looked at each other from a distance. Gu Shu entered the house, and she seemed to hear him say something to someone, followed by the sound of him coming upstairs. Bian Changxi ran to open the door and waited at the entrance. She looked at his face. You're back so late. Was it successful? Gu Shu's clothes were still relatively neat. The small bag he had taken out at noon was gone. He was carrying a thermos, which she could tell at a glance was from the kitchen. It contained red date porridge, Gu Shu's late-night snack. He nodded. It was all right. The things in the Jiandai tunnel have been eradicated. What about the people inside? Gu Shu hesitated for a moment. They were turned into mummies and hung all over the mountains. Bian Changxi was stunned. They're all dead. All dead. Gu Shu was afraid she would have some thoughts about it. Don't take it too much to heart. In that situation, you could barely save yourself, so how could you have saved those people? Bian Changxi sighed. The monsters nowadays are getting stranger and stranger. She walked over and tilted her chin. Hold out your hand. Gu Shu smiled and complied, holding out his hand palm up, which was covered in various small wounds. You waited up specifically for this. Bian Changxi didn't answer. She took his hand and frowned. Injured again. I live in your house, use your things, and eat your food. I have to be professional. It's not hard to be a part-time health doctor.